Howdy. What's going on, Foamed? Good to see you.
I, Lord British, welcome you to the worlds of Ultima.
Haha, brother. Thank you for the sub. 6 months of Prime sub gaming. Thank you so much. We're gonna start Ultima VII Part Two, the Serpent Isle, today. Excited to get back to a RPG game, as much fun as I had dungeon crawling. It'll be good to get back to the honest Ultima gaming. We're gonna go through the paperwork like I usually do. I'll read you all a story about the history of Britannia, and we'll take a look at what came with the game. Not too much. Some pretty big manuals, but other than that, just a color cloth map. Marmot, thank you so much. I will definitely be having some fun. And the luck is appreciated, though. We won't need it. Thank you so much for the follow, Marmot. Without further ado, let's get on with the book reading and manual checking and looking into the ancient lores. There we are. Let's keep this going on, I guess, for some background music. Beyond the Serpent Pillars, a journal describing this new world by Erstam, the Mage, rendered into English by Andrew Morris, illustrated by Glenn Johnson. Forward. Locating the Serpent Pillars took considerably less effort than I first expected, though even now I'm still a bit dizzy from the trip. This new land beyond the Pillars is marvelous. Here, free from tyrannical rule of Lord British, I can further my studies in magic. The tyrannical rule of Lord British. This guy knows what's up. Erstam, right? I know there's still much to see, far too much to observe without record keeping, for even my mind could not retain the memories of all I see. It is perhaps best to note here that what made all this investigation much simpler than I had expected. While investigating one of the ruins, I noticed a large ivory-toned object in the shape of a half-moon. As I picked up the item, requiring both hands, I realized it was made of bone. Though I saw no teeth, I surmised I held in my hands the jawbone of some creature. What could it be? I guess this is it right here. I returned to my laboratory for further observation. I was able to match the shape of sketches I had made both here and in Sosaria. Pleased that I have always had the foresight to note my surroundings in journals. Sosaria, this guy's talking about the old days. Is it the guy from Forge of Virtue? I guess it would be, isn't it? Erstam. He was a bit of a suspicious fellow, if I remember correctly. Then, remembering the many serpentine references I had seen through the land, including the ruins, I realized what I had. This must be, I thought, an archaic relic, sacred to the continent's original inhabitants. I was holding the jawbone of a giant serpent, a creature they must have worshipped. There was a giant serpent in the old days. Oh yeah, and the silver serpent. That was a enemy in Ultima VII as well. I was determined to learn more. Returning to the ruins, I continued my search. Spying more bone-like material, I dug through the debris and pulled out what looked like a large fang. I then noticed another and another. Soon I had several such teeth. Back in my study, I set the teeth inside the jawbone. The fit was better than one of Drogeni's lambskin gloves. Suspecting great powers were now in my possession, I began a series of experiments to learn what secrets I could. It was not long before I discovered all I needed to know. Each tooth, when set within the jawbone, called forth magical pathways leading to other locations about the land. Interesting. So this jawbone and the teeth are creating some sort of moon gates. Is this like different worlds, like in Labyrinth of Worlds, Underworld 2, or just your standard moon gates traveling throughout Britannia? Erethian, yeah. It's a very close name, Urstem in Erethian. Urstem, I think it's Urstam. Yeah, Urstam, right here. Erethian, wasn't that the demon in the sword? No, that was Arcadian, yes. I hope we get more black sword action in this game. I'm quite fond of that sword. The whole Forge of Virtue side quest was really fun, and rewarded you with such an awesome weapon. Lessons of the past. I put this history on paper, but for one reason, posterity. Future generations should know of the events that led to our immigration to the Serpent Isle, that they may avoid repeating the mistakes of their forebears. Know that ruling power should be granted to no single individual, for such will turn any lord into a tyrant, especially one already weak in character. Is this guy inferring that would be Lord British? Weak of character. Mark well what is documented here. Shouldst all my research be for naught, leaving my body lifeless and withered, this record shall be all that's left as a reminder of the past. What is known of our history begins centuries ago, before the unfortunate Sosarian unification. 8 great kingdoms coexisted, albeit often uneasily, upon a fantastic world. This land upon which we lived, called Sosaria, despite frequent outbreaks of violence, the times were good and the people happy. At this point, even Lord British, monarch of one of the great 8 kingdoms, ruled with an even hand. Even Lord British ruled with an even hand. I think we'll skip the the background on the previous 7 or 8 titles. We know it fairly well at this point. I suppose I'll probably do a recap on all the knowledge of the previous games, maybe on Ultima 8 or 9, depending on how that instruction manual looks, but we'll skip it this time. I'll read this last one here. This sounds different. Further ages, with peace at long last a reality, Lord British, considering himself responsible for the salvation of Sosaria, forced the remaining kingdoms to unite into one. This new kingdom he chose to call Sosaria, electing himself ruler. That must be a typo. He called the land Britannia. In addition, this self-appointed lord began to propagate a set of values, virtues he called them, of his own devising. To further establish these virtues, he had shrines erected to each of them, including 3 forged on the very home island of Exodus, the Isle of Fire. He put forth another challenge, this time for an individual to step forward and become the Avatar, epitome of Beast British's tyrannical virtues. In the name of these virtues, Lord British turned ethics into law, his ethics and his law. Details of the injustices spawned by these rulings I will save for future discourse, but suffice it to say that there was enough strife to cause our immigration. Several of the wiser communities, Fawn, the Montours, and a coalition of mages from the Moon, sent members to a secret conclave to discuss possible courses of action. With what information we had, all obtained through my research and investigation, we set sail to find the Serpent Pillars. and what we would come to call Serpent Isle. The trip was long and arduous, and many gave up hope, myself included. But one morn, surrounded by a storm sure to shatter the rigging of our ship, a sailor spied 2 great pillars rising in the distance. With a will of its own, the ship sped to them. As we approached, we watched with a mixture of optimism and trepidation. Suddenly we were blinded by a brilliant flash of white, and then it was over. We were alive and through the storm. One observant lad noticed that the sky had changed. There was a differing set of stars. Stars navigation would not be possible until we could learn these new constellations. However, not even half of the next day passed before we were upon our new homeland. I know nothing more of the history of Sosaria, or whether anyone ever achieved the exalted state of avatarhood. I expect British had led his people into a 4th dark age, and can only hope the stranger returns again to save those who chose to remain behind. As for the sequence of events following our arrival here, there's far less interest. By that I mean conflict. Those of us who made the journey came from 3 principal areas: Moon, Fawn, and the sister settlements of the Montours. For reasons of simplicity, the arriving colonists divided to form 3 towns based upon area of origin: Moonshade, Fawn, and Monitor, respectively. Though peaceful coexistence is rule, there is little interaction among the 3 cities, so information must be transferred via the few settlers who traverse the ancient roads we discovered upon our arrival. Several colonists are planning a return trip through the Great Serpent Pillars, but I expect naught will come of that. It's unlikely a ship could return to the realm of Sosaria, and even were that possible, I doubt the vessel would arrive intact. Davy, what's up? I'll definitely have to keep an eye out for your streams. I don't want to spoil anything as I go forward because I know you're in front of me, but yeah, I'll definitely poke my head in whenever I see you. And good to see you today here on the stream. Just going through our paperwork, and then we will start our game. Sounds here like the people that live in the Serpent Isles are refugees from Britannia back when it was known as Sosaria. They seem to regard Lord British as a tyrannical ruler that forced them out of Sosaria, and that they preferred the rule of the land when it was separated in between 8 kingdoms than when British took it all over under his tyrannical rule, where his ethics became law. Well, it certainly makes sense. I mean, that's the way of the world, right? It's not one size fits all. And if you got one guy taking control of everything and trying to control people through their virtues, as it said in here, they considered that Lord British was turning his ethics into law, so they were oppressed people. Ophidian history. Originally we had planned to name the continent beyond the Serpent Pillars New Sosaria. However, we discovered upon arrival suggested, nay demanded, a different name. Runes were scattered about the land, strong indication of previous cultures. Unusual serpentine hieroglyphs covered many of the abandoned constructs, providing us with a better name, the Serpent Isle. Little else in the way of artifacts remained, though there is still much left to explore. I did discover one item of interest. Actually, it would be more accurate to mention 2 things. The first is the serpent's jawbone, an artifact that I describe in greater detail earlier in this work. However, using an amazing amount of the jawbone, which enabled me to travel long distance very quickly, I uncovered a scroll that had survived the ravages of time. It took much to translate the ancient language, but I suspect that the collection of serpents juxtaposed in varying positions describes a set of beliefs for whomever or whatever inhabited the Isles before we landed. I have recorded the translation here for those who may one day make use of it. Snake cult. It's always got to be a snake cult. Just another snake cult moving into the land. To those who follow, I write in great haste, for I can already hear the forces of order breaching the keep walls. I know not how this missive will survive to reach the outside lands, or for that matter, future generations. My only hope is that this speedily drafted work will offer record of hallowed philosophy. For our culture to have any chance of enduring the ages, someone somewhere must find this. Please, reader, I beseech thee, spread the word of our peoples, release the spirit of our word, and learn from the wisdom of the past. Balance, the harmony between the principles of order and chaos. This is one pure axiom we hold true. All three principles are symbolized in our hieroglyphs. The great earth serpent, keeper of balance, lies on a vertical plane, around which the two opposing serpents of chaos and order wrap themselves. Have I been to the Serpent Isle before? I mean, it's been a long time, but wasn't the great earth serpent the keeper of the Isle of Fire in Ultima 3? It's been a while. If that's the case, I think I killed the great earth serpent. Chaos and order each embraces three forces. These six forces, when combined, form the three principles of balance. The forces of chaos are tolerance, enthusiasm, and emotion. The forces of order are ethicality, discipline, and logic. Chaos. Tolerance is that which encourages the acceptance of all things. Enthusiasm is the energy that allows one to perform great tasks. Emotion is the ability to perceive those feelings that come from the heart as opposed to those from the mind. Order, ethicality, is the belief that there is great value in abiding the rules of conduct. Discipline is the drive to complete a task and avoid the distractions that will prevent its completion. Logic permits clear reasoned thought free from any instinctual biases. Balance, from the marriage between two forces, one each from chaos and order, come principles of balance. Tolerance and ethicality combine to form harmony, the ability to be at peace with oneself and other individuals in the world. From the union of enthusiasm and discipline springs dedication, that which permits one to surmount obstacles and lead others. Emotion tempered by logic results in rationality, the ability to comprehend life and understand the world around us. As thou canst surely see, my world has been torn asunder by disregard for balance, our dearest axiom. If thou dost thrive in a time less violent, I can do no more than plead with thee to help restore balance on the Serpent Isle. I must end this brief explanation here, for I can hear my attackers pounding upon the oaken door downstairs. I wish thee and thy world better fortunes than mine own. Sithnos, the great hierophant. Sithnos. There we go. Doubtless the writer was someone of grave import, though this short snippet gives no indication of the author's status, save for the mysterious title following the name, The Great Hierophant. I hope to learn more of this and of the war that seemed to have annihilated the entire culture. At such time when I have additional information to impart, I will pen more of this unusual land's history. We've got the runic, Ophidian, and Druidic alphabets here. Here are the original symbols from which I translated the scroll into our common alphabet and language. It's easy to see why even I had the difficulty for the combinations are not intuitive. As my understanding may be slightly flawed, I trust that all who apply my work to their studies will excuse any misinformation. Make what thou canst of it. Interesting snake language. I include an alphabet of the Druidic runes as well. I do this for comparison's sake, only for I can but hope that any similarities between our language and the Druidic runes in the Serpentine alphabet will lead to a better understanding of their ancient culture. A guide for travelers. Cities and towns. There are 3 towns now established upon the new continent. With effort and more than a little luck, each one will flourish and grow into a large self-supporting city. Already they've begun to establish their own systems of rule and currency. Fawn, this unusual village is named after its original in Sosaria, which in turn is named for its founding queen, Lady Fawn, renowned for her beauty and lovely appearance, held beauty as one true trait of value. In her honor, the town quickly adopted the same belief. Though Lady Fawn has since died, her rather superficial values continue on. A port town, Fawn's main sources of income are various sea-based occupations, including shipbuilding and fishing. The currency accepted in Fawn is called the Filari. Monitor. Though still a warrior-based society, Monitor bears little resemblance to the 2 Montors, its source city. The town is quickly dividing into 3 clans, Bear, Wolf, and Leopard. Apparently all 3 seem to have retained their admiration for the principle of courage, but their competition has reduced such lofty aspiration to an object of trivial contention. Not even on the definition of courage can they agree. There are plans to devise tests of mettle, though I expect there will be no cooperation to speed the progress along. The coin used by the residents of Monitor is the Monetari. Later note, the test was constructed. Despite my prediction to the contrary, all 3 factions worked in harmony to design this challenge. In more than 200 years, the tenuous ties among the 3 have weakened remarkably little. However, the lines of division are still present. Members of each clan color their faces with tattoos symbolizing their totem animal. And finally, we have Moonshade. Both in Sosaria and here in the new continent, this town is dominated by members in my profession. In an attempt to rid ourselves from Lord British's tyrannical rule, we set out, joined by the residents of Fawn and the twin cities of Montor, to find the Serpent Pillars. Upon discovering land, my fellows and I settled immediately upon the Isle of Beyond's Lake shores. Immediately upon the Isle of Beyond's Lake shores. Okay, the Isle of Beyond. So far we have agreed upon government by a council of mages. Those who live in Moonshade trade with the Gilder. Later note, as the surrounding area is filled with useful resources, Moonshade has attracted a great many of artisans. They trade in woodworkings, glass, weaponry, and wine. In addition to our supply of regents, I know the others are In addition to our own supply of regents, I know the others are displeased as I am. However, I find still less pleasure in the ridiculous propositions of my fellow enchanters. Baragdol even had the audacity to claim I was becoming paranoid. The audacity. I have no need of their petty squabbles and inconsequential spells, for my research has taken me far beyond their capabilities. Erstum is a modest mage. Further note, I am forced to withdraw from Moonshade. Like the other 2 centers of population, the city has prospered, and of that I am proud, but the incessant babbling of the council mages, an organization I faulted from the beginning, reaches inside me, wearing at my sanity. There is now a mage lord who reigns over the council, practically a king. Here, away from the others, I can pursue the true discipline of magic. Other landmarks is the Swamp of Gorlab. A murk area keeps a very dark secret, which the supernatural forces that contain it will not release. It's impossible to enter the swamp itself for long before one can approach too near. Powerful enchantments induce slumber. Many witnesses attest to the veracity of this rumor, but I must see for myself. It's truly amazing, but the stories are accurate. Mine own eyes have shown me, though I admit fear prevented me from experiencing this mysterious sleep firsthand. Mountains of Freedom. The mountain range lies due north of Moonshade. There's little of interest within its peak and valleys, but many people seeking to avoid the unpleasant aspects of larger societies often head for its areas of solitude. There is talk of converting the Caverns of Freedom into a prison. The irony of this conversion delights me, but I know not whether anything will come of the plan. There's the Spinebreaker Mountains. I know nothing for certain about these mountains, save their name and location. However, rumors abound that they are riddled with underground layers and caves. There's the Western Forests. Rumors of evil beasts dwelling in the place, but I have not yet been able to find my way there, nor have I found anyone who could reliably report to me of it. Trades, folk, and commerce, though I've procrastinated much in preparing this section, hoping to record further development. It seems that our commerce system evolved and stabilized quickly. Our resources show no sign of depleting, these 2 centuries. I had hoped to abandon the ridiculous trappings of coinage that were common in Sosaria, but so many others found barter cumbersome. Therefore, I must resign myself to accepting a currency-based system. Regardless, let me now discuss the practices of this form of exchange. Farmers, merchants, taverns and inns, provisioners, mages, artisans and blacksmiths, healers, apothecaries, clothiers, shipwrights, they got it all. Serpent Isle is a thriving land. The paths through life, same as always, we have our fighters. The world beyond the cities and sometimes within can be a violent place. You must need a fighter. Bards, warriors, singers, and storytellers and sages. The bard is all of this and more. Mages. That's it, just the 3 of them? Arms and armor and weapons, and our bestiary. Bears. This ursine creature stands well over a man when fully upright, able to easily rend flesh with their teeth and claws. Bears are quite fearsome opponents, especially when their lairs are threatened. I like the bear pictures. Kind of looks like he's dancing. Birds, boars, cats, and chickens. Corpsers. A thorough description of this vile ghoul has never been compiled, for no one has ever survived a close encounter with one. However, once one has made its presence known, it can be identified easily by the tentacles it forces up through the ground to grasp its prey. As with the acid slug, fire is the only reported way to slay a corpser. Oh, that's interesting. Normally corpsers aren't much of a problem at all, and you can just hack them to pieces. Cows! Vicious cows. Kiki, what's up? How's it going? You did miss Ultima Underworld 2. Yeah, I beat it all. Beat it all in one go. Not one go, one straight line. Some 6 streams. Good to see you, Kiki. Yes, it was a very good game. I enjoyed myself thoroughly with it. It was a good puzzler. Much more puzzle-heavy than the first Underworld. Yeah, very good game. Gazers! Hovering orbs of flesh, gazers seem to spend all of their time in search of prey. Their name comes from their multiple eyes, all but their central eye extending from tentacle-like arms. Having faced one in battle, I can report that a gazer's death results in an explosion of swarming insects. Yeah, I seem to remember them doing that. Goblins. Goblins Goblins, I don't think have ever been a common creature in Ultima. I think the only time I can really recall experiencing goblins was in the Underworld games. Look at that, gremlins. They're looking a little different. And Guani. Some kind of beastmen. Goblins are the result of an ancient magical experiment. Poorly conducted experimentation, I'm sure. Goblins only vaguely resemble the men from whom their forebears sprang. Although some attempt has been made to civilize them, surliness still dominates their culture. Gremlins? It's difficult to identify individual traits of these bothersome creatures, for they always travel in bands. Quite cowardly, they are greater threats to one's food supply than oneself. I have heard of, but not seen, a few who use magic. Gremlins are one of the more dangerous creatures from a Calabeth. Look at down there. You'll be down there on level 4 of a dungeon or something, and the gremlins will steal all your food. And once your food is all gone in a Calabeth, you start taking damage with every step you take, I believe. Guanis are white-furred creatures, and they appear to be a cross between men and apes. Despite their unusual form, the combination seems more natural than magical, and I have seen no evidence that they have any familiarity with magic. There is some element of civilization to their culture, however slight, for I have seen them entombed their dead in the icy lands they inhabit. If such is possible, I hope to find a way to communicate with them soon. Headless. Probably one of the most classic Ultima characters, creatures, is the Headless. As the name implies, these creatures are without heads. Barring that difference, albeit significant, these bipedal beasts resemble humans. I have not yet captured one for study, but the ease with which they act without apparent senses defies logic. I always imagined Headless just reeked. They look nasty. An ice corpser. We've got ice versions of all sorts of enemies in this one. Classic Reapers. The Mystic Arts. We're back to reagents, no more runes. Yes, yeah, definitely lots going on in Serpent. Oh, Serpent Isle, sorry, I thought you were talking about Underworld 2. But yeah, you just happened to go through this one recently, okay. Yeah, I'll have to get used to taking notes again. I didn't take many notes through Underworld 2. But I have a pad of paper beside me with a pencil, so I'm good to go. Dun dun dun. The spells of the land. In Mani Lem, create food and Nox cure. The classic Vasen Flam. This is like the most useless section of the guide for me usually. No magic necessary. Be nice if we had some magic using party members though. Been without them for a couple of games now. Afterward, the information I've compiled has taken several centuries to collect, for much has changed since our arrival. Now that this is done, I'm forced to wonder who will ever see my work. My fellow islanders know as much as they care to, and those still in Lord British's realm are unlikely to have the opportunity to benefit from the wisdom compiled in this tome. Nothing came of our attempts to contact Sosaria save the broken hearts of more than one sailor's spouse. However, I do not regret my efforts here, for now I, myself, have a valuable source of information. My people's history, this island's history, as much as we have discovered, and the land's creatures are all described within. As I sit back in momentary relaxation, free from my self-appointed task as scribe, I am able to cease observing my surroundings and begin absorbing them. I can hear the crackle of the fire and the buzzing of the bothersome fly. I can hear a roar outside, no doubt another teleportation storm preparing to rage across the landscape, and I can hear the sound of shutters clattering against the windowsill. In a moment, I shall rise to close them and return to pursue my studies on immortality. In a moment. Urstam. Urstam! Well, no doubt we'll be coming across Urstam in the game. I look forward to meeting him. A well-written scribe. This particular song is from the NES version of Ultima Exodus. Yeah, the NES versions of the NES ports of the Ultima games have great soundtracks. Well, 4 and 3 do. I think 5's on NES too, isn't it? We've got the Silver Seed play guide. The Silver Seed is a expansion for Ultima VII Part Two, the Serpent Isle. Revered Order Hierophant, it's my pleasure to present the first report concerning my new duty station. I include a map to keep a map of the keep to familiarize thee with Ceres and its particulars. My arrival has caused some agitation in the garrison, but I am prepared for that. I can assure thee that I have the situation completely under control. The warriors must learn to obey my orders and pay me the respect that I deserve as commander of the Order forces at this post. In time they will discover the importance of ethicality and discipline, certes. To the best of my ability, I will instruct them more deeply in the virtues and aid them with their internal conflicts. It honors me that my superiors have entrusted me with this position. I'm dedicated to carrying out my orders, and I will meet all expectations to perfection. As always, yours faithfully, Istanar. Oh. Reading this solution will reveal important clues and may spoil the fun of solving the game on your own. Read the following only if you need help to advance in the game. Alright, we'll listen to that. We don't want any spoilers. So, keep that, I guess, just for in case we get really stuck. Our cloth map. Or picture of our cloth map, I should say. I'll have to translate all of these runes, maybe off stream, and then write their translations over top so I can reference it. This was really the only pack-in item I think you got with this game. I was looking at pictures of complete copies earlier, and it's pretty much just the books and the map, and that's it. And our clue book, which I do tend to like to use. Not really for clues, but I like to read out the explanations on the cities as we come across them. So I'll be doing that. As we get to new areas, I suppose I'll read out the explanations. We've got an introduction here. When a stranger sojourns with thee in thy land, thou shalt not do him or her wrong. The stranger who sojourns with thee shall be to thee as the native among ye, and thou shalt love him or her as thyself. For I see the advent of a hero from another world who would unite the serpents and save the world. Chapter 34, Stav 116, Book of Prophecies by Zenka. I've devoted my life to the study of the prophetess Zenka and her writings. I have studied every line, every precious word of her works. In this age of unbalance, though, I find myself drawn time and time again to this small passage, for it is in these lines that I see the only hope for our land. I feel as though Zenka herself is directing me to make sure her prophecy of hope is fulfilled. For this reason I walk the beaches of Serpent Isle in hopes I will meet thee, stranger. But beware, stranger, there are others of my order who do not feel as I do. They view my work as meddlesome and seek to prevent me. They believe that by assisting thee I tamper with the very threads of fate from which the prophecy is woven. This, they say, will upset the balance of the prophecy so severely that it be rendered false, and peace would never come to Serpent Isle. They are so strong in this belief that I fear they would stop at nothing to prevent me from finding thee. I cannot allow them to keep me from reaching thee, for I know it is the will of Zenka that I must assist thee. She speaks to me in quiet moments and in dreams, telling me that if the prophecy of peace is to be fulfilled, then the stranger must be found. I've taken precautions and written in this journal what knowledge I could garner, that thou mayest succeed in this way. In this way, if I do not find thee or am kept from thee, I can still offer thee aid through my writings. I hope what knowledge thou gainest from this humble writing will be enough to help prepare thee, though I feel it will not be. The task before thee is surely greater than any before. Thou must bring peace and balance back to Serpent Isle. To do this, thou must save Serpent Isle from its worst enemy, ourselves. Thoxia, Monk of Zenka. There's a bit of history here too, I guess, on the Serpent Isle. I wish to give thee as much knowledge of our land as I can, for this knowledge I feel may serve as thy best weapon. Thou shouldest first come to know the history of the people of our land. The tyrant Lord British sought to censor and quash all research into magic arts, and force all that lived in Sosaria to swear fealty to him. Our ancestors rebelled against such tyranny, and thus British began to systematically persecute them. This persecution escalated until, in fear for their very lives, our brave ancestors boarded the Osprey, a large sailing vessel, and left the land of their birth to seek out some place where they might live their lives and practice their arts untroubled. Their bravery is remembered each year with the celebrations of feasting. We call this the Day of the Breaking. Now, I don't know when British did that, but I guess it must have been one of the times when I was on Earth. British was quashing the research of magic arts and systematically persecuting people who did it. They left Sosaria uncertain for the exact destination. Their only hope lay in the words of some very old texts in a single faded piece of parchment from which they appeared to be a map of another land. They sailed east from Sosaria for many weeks. Then their food and water supplies began to run short. Many of the passengers and even several of the crew called for the Osprey to turn back for Sosaria before it was too late. They said that they would rather take their chances with the tyrant British than face starvation and death at sea. This dissension had reached a peak, and it looked as if bloodshed was inevitable when a huge storm overtook the ship. The Osprey was tossed about like a leaf in the gale. The timbers creaked and the ship took on water in terrifying amounts. Passengers and crew bailed, but it was a losing battle. Then, over the din of the storm, an incredible roaring was heard from the sea. Volcano-like eruptions of water and foam rocked the ship, and, as astounded passengers and crew looked on, 2 huge stone pillars rose from the sea. Each pillar stood over 20 mast heights above the ship, and the same distance around. A huge stone serpent encircled each pillar. Although the pillars were made of stone, it's said that the passengers could hear the serpents hissing as their forked tongues flicked in and out of their mouths. The passengers panicked and began to wail and scream, until one amongst them, a mage named Erstrom, called for calm. There's the snake pillars there. Against all natural laws, the ship was pulled towards the pillars. Just as the ship came between the monoliths, a brilliant white flash lit the sky. Then all was calm. The next morning, a cry came from the crow's nest. Land was in sight. The passengers and crew cheered and wept with happiness. Their safe arrival through such perilous adventures was certainly a sign that they had done the right thing fleeing their home. However, their joy quickly gave way to apprehension. As they neared the shore, the tops of great buildings could be seen towering over trees. What manner of beings would they find upon this land? Perhaps vicious savages lived there, or tyrants no better than he whom they had fled. El Coco, hey, how's it going? Well, thank you. Yeah, I really enjoy going through the paperwork, the books, and all that kind of stuff. It gives a lot of insight, I think, to people who maybe aren't as familiar with the story as some of us. And I actually find, for me personally, when I read things out loud, I absorb them a little bit better. Where were we here? Erstam and the others had returned to the shore and were boarding the longboat. When they came aboard, they had a strange tale to tell, as they had moved into the island. Turn that down a little bit, that one's a little loud. When they came aboard, they had a strange tale to tell. As they had moved into the island, they found it to be lush and fertile. Wild berries and tubers grew in abundance, and there was more than enough game to provide the passengers and crew of the Osprey. However, the further they journeyed, the more uneasy they began to feel. Something was wrong. As they drew near the first buildings, our warriors loosened their swords in their hilts, closely surveying the surrounding brush with wary eyes. When the buildings were just visible over the trees, Erstam stopped. "Listen," he said. "What dost thou hear?" "Nothing, my lord," answered one of the warriors. "Exactly, nothing. This close to a village or town, thou shouldst hear the sounds of life. Here it is silent as a tomb." As they stepped among the buildings, they stared in amazement. Each structure, once large enough to hold many people, now stood in ruins. They searched every building and the surrounding countryside, yet found no sign of human life. It was as if the inhabitants had vanished. As the party searched the ruins, it became apparent that the former residents of the ruins had a fascination with serpents. Every inch of the walls was covered with carvings and mosaics featuring the creatures. One design in particular appeared again and again. This symbol depicted two serpents, one red and one blue, and twined about the third, gold serpent. While we later learned that the snake symbol was tightly knit into the culture of the former inhabitants of Serpent Isle, our ancestors were more concerned with establishing a new life on the New World. They divided themselves according to the Sassarian towns of origin. Those of Moon built what is now known as Moonshade. Here they established an environment where each could pursue his or her study of magic unmolested. Those from their sister cities of the Montours founded the city of Monitor. True to their heritage of arms, valor, and glory, they strove to develop a lifestyle that would reflect those values. Today, that city is the seat of courage and military prowess in our land. The third group of settlers came from Fawn. When they arrived on this island, they knew that they had truly found their new home, for its beauty rivaled that of their homeland they had left behind. They settled in the picturesque area on the west side of the island and built the lovely Fawn in honor of their former home. They were called Ophidians in honor of their serpents three. Chaos, order, and balance were these. Chapter 2. Staff 47. The Books of Serpents by Zenka.
Oh my god!
Camelio, what's up? Welcome as we begin Ultima VII Part Two, The Serpent Isle. Hope you all ready for some fantasy adventure of the most barbaric kind. We did get a bit of a rundown on the philosophy of the Serpent Isle earlier in the manual for the game, so I don't think that I'll read this. But this basically sums it up right here, and I guess this is a picture of Zenka the Prophet, who seems like the founder of the Ophidian philosophy. But the Ophidian philosophy is basically chaos plus order equals balance. And chaos has three parts to it: tolerance, enthusiasm, and emotion. Order is ethicality, discipline, logic. When you have combinations of them, you get balance, harmony, dedication, rationality. A fair bit different from the virtues of Britannia. Alright, well, that's about it for the books, I think. I imagine everything else in here will be guides for the different dungeons and locations that we're going to be adventuring to. So without further ado, let us start the game. Nearing the end of Ultima 4, and it doesn't seem like it'll go to space. You feel robbed, yes. Yeah. Well, I won't spoil anything for you, but yes, the space days of Ultima 1 were really, really something. Ultima 1 and 2. 2, you traveled around through space as well, didn't you? Are you going through the whole series, or are you just playing a few here and there? How many hours to finish Ultima Underworld 2? It was about 30. Took about 30 to finish Underworld 2, which is about the same amount that it took me to do 1, actually. Which is kind of interesting to me, because I did find Ultima Underworld 2 to be the more difficult game. But hey, took me the same amount of time, roughly. All the series, wonderful. Yes, it's a pretty big undertaking. I'm not as dedicated as some, so it's taken me close to about 3 years to get through them all, but I did do the extra side stories of Savage Empire and Martian Dreams. I think most people skip those when they decide to do the series. Start the timer and fire it up. Not one after another. Yeah, see, I think that's one of the things that injured me for completing the series. I get burnt out because I keep playing them one after another. 18 months after the destruction of the Black Gate and the dismantling of the Fellowship. Oh, we got a cutscene.
All we found among Battlin's belongings was this enchanted scroll, and a map showing the way to a place called the Serpent Isle.
Indeed. Put it on the table. Stand back!
Stand back! I love that Garriott does
Backlund,
British's voice acting.
in the unlikely event that the Avatar stops me from coming through the Black Gate, I command you to follow the unwitting female human Gweno to the Serpent Isle. There I shall outline my plan to destroy Britannia.
'Tis
Big
my
Red.
worst fear. I must send the Avatar through the pillars to the Serpent Isle.
Doesn't it exactly look how they described it in the manual? They were saying that when the refugees came to the Serpent Isles, they were jumping out of the boat and whatnot, That area was covered by a glacier. You wouldn't want to jump out the boat there. Get hypothermia in seconds. Great cutscene. That's awesome. I love seeing the cutscenes in this series because there's not many of them. So the Guardian, Big Red's back up to his old tricks. He had a contingency in the unlikely event that I thwarted him. Unlikely, ha! And of course, British's natural reaction is to just send the Avatar. His weapon of mass destruction. Britannia's weapon of mass destruction, the Avatar. First time you discovered Ultima was 9. That seems like a rude awakening. Haven't gotten to 9, obviously, yet, but I know the reputation. Roho Mild, what's up? Yes, I completed Underworld 2 just the other day. So we're starting Serpent Isle. And yeah, this is a good place to be for insomnia. I'm sure I'll lull you to sleep with some cozy Ultima gaming. I always find Ultima games to be very relaxing affairs usually. Oh my gosh, look at these portraits. These are good. Look at this dope. I know that's the one I'm gonna take too, because that looks like the most consistent with the pictures that I've been choosing. The most consistent with the Ultima 6 artwork. But yeah, this is different. These look like people. They don't look drawn. They look like a picture that somebody took and then pixelated or something. We'll pick this dope. Avatar should have kept the beard from Underworld. No save carryover in this game, I don't think. Journey onward. It's not going to let me pick stats? Well, I don't like that. How am I going to max out my strength at the beginning of the game if I can't pick my stats? "'Twas a fearsome passage, Morgan. After we sailed between the serpent pillars, I could have sworn that we were flying. Yet here we are on the ship. I wonder if I lost anything." "We may be on the ship, but the ship is upon dry land. I think thou art correct, Iolo. We did fly." "Brr! Dost thou notice the chill in the air? 'Tis much colder here than at home. I hope Gweno brought enough warm clothing." "Don't worry so, old friend. We shall find thy wife soon enough. And that fiend Batlin, I hope. Look, Morgan, a strange storm is nearly upon us. This is certainly not Britannia." "Where are we?" "Let us find Batlin. Do not forget about Gweno." Don't worry, Iolo. We'll find Gweno. Gweno wasn't around in Ultima 7. We found a note she left behind for Iolo in their home, and it was telling Iolo that she had gone in search of Serpent Isle. I wish I knew what the dialogue, the text on that note was. That's sort of like a recap on that. Can't even remember why Gweno came here. Yeah, I definitely think that probably the portraits are staff members, friends, or family that they chose. People that they didn't have to pay. Just take a photo of them and draw a cape on it. Yeah, charisma is a stat. Or sorry, actually, charisma is not a stat. It's a skill in Underworld. But yeah, in regular Ultima games, it's just strength, dexterity, intelligence. And combat and magic. I can't remember if that levels up separately. Yeah, I believe you can level up your combat. You can train your combat and magic. Ugh, I gotta knock the cobwebs off, I guess. I don't remember as much. Look at this puny strength. 18, 18, 25. Are you always stuck with these stats when you start a file in this game? There was no option for me to roll stats at all. Look at all this stuff. I start with a magic shield. Where's my inventory? Spellbook. Ah, the black sword. My demon blade. Get to start the game with it. Start the game with all sorts of goodies here. Like this leg of ham. Well, we don't need a shield. Or a spellbook.
If thou dost not return, Avatar, then thy lies shall have brought
Dr. Dragon Smoke, thanks so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome. I would normally say welcome to Britannia, but this isn't Britannia. Welcome to the Serpent Isles. Gotta let loose the golden barbarian mane. So this is different. This paper doll. This isn't how it worked in Ultima 7. New mechanics right off the bat. Yeah, pretty cool. There we go. I'm in true barbarian state now. Just throw it all back on for now. Take a look at our other fellows here. Dupre at 22 strength, putting the Avatar to shame off the bat. He's got Dupre's shield and a Mage Bane sword. Huh. Some of these equipment setups I don't like. I'm going to switch things around here a little bit. I don't know why Dupre's got a leather hat. And Chamino's got a chain hat. Chamino's got a leather hat in his portrait, for Pete's sakes. Two-handed hammer. Yeah. I don't really think of that as being a weapon for Chamino either. 34 burst arrows. A dagger. Pass that off to the Avatar. Gotta keep a trusty dagger in case things get too close quarters. He can keep his fish. Swamp boots. I'll take the swamp boots. I'll take the swamp boots, and Shamino can have Dupre's boots, and Dupre can have those. Magic gauntlets, and he's just got regular gauntlets. How about YOLO? Haha, YOLO. He's been working out. He's in good shape for an old dude. Equipped with his loot as his main weapon. Let's switch that to the crossbow. Whoops. Didn't mean to take your pants off there, old fella. Is that equipping? Doesn't look like it's going in his hand. He's holding on to the torches and the food for now. Yeah, okay. I'm happy enough with that, I guess. I'll take the cash and the beer. Yeah, and this gold nugget. So I've been putting it here in the backpack. Maybe if I just press it here on the side, it'll go in as well. Okay, good to know. Alright, I'm happy enough with that, I suppose. Wait, who's the better caster? I should give... Who's ever got the highest intelligence should have the spell book. It might actually be me. Yeah, it is. Not used to playing with such high intelligence off the bat. It's going to put me at a handicap for my usual aggressive sword-swinging play. But yeah, we're pretty well organized here. Let me save it so I don't have to do that all over again. The beginning. Let me catch up on chat here for a second. Didn't import my character stats from the other games. I was looking for an option to do that in this one. I didn't see it. Yeah, I don't think that you can import your stats from Ultima 7. If there is, then I'll restart right now. So if somebody can confirm that, that would be awesome. I don't particularly want to have 25 intelligence if I can get away with it. His pants are in his hands. Alright, I'll check that. Okay, good. Great. Thanks, Kiki. Appreciated. All right. Let's move on. Just don't want to get into the game and find out that I could have started with... Oh! He's gone. Oh, boy, my... my guys! What happened? Where are my friends? YOLO! Shamino! Never around when I need them. Did I lose all of my items? Oh God, what's happened here? A breastplate. I have a ruddy rock in one hand, a pine cone in the other, slippers. I still got leather leggings, and some sort of a woman's fur cap. I have the magical shield still, and the two-handed hammer. What is that? Fine stockings. Abs, what's up? Yes, my exquisite hat. At first I thought it was some sort of Russian, crazy Russian hat, but no. Confirmed, the woman's fur cap. It can go with my fine stockings and my slippers. RPG Demon, good to see ya. Oh, boys, where's my boys? Iced wine. Still got some money. Alchemist apparatus. Yeah, some severed limbs. $88 Filari. That's the currency for Fawn? Dear Morgan, all of the portents indicate that this quest is to find Batlin. Batlin shall severely tax thine abilities. Consequently, I have ordered the armories of the kingdom opened in order to equip thee and thy good companions. Thou shalt be given these things: the glass sword, which can slay any foe, but which is destroyed in the act of such slaughter. The Mage Bane, a fabled weapon, which thou didst recover in the previous encounter with Batlin. It steals the magic from sorcerers who oppose thee. The Demon Sword, which thou didst obtain at the Forge of Virtue. It is truly a terrible weapon, but thou wilt surely need it. Beware of the demon within. See, I don't know how they removed the black blade from me. I thought it was, like, bound to my soul. Rudium's wand, which doth make black rock to explode. That was needed to beat Ultima VII. Hopefully we don't need that to beat Serpent's Isle, because that's gone. The strange serpent of Blackrock, which thou didst obtain from Netherworlds during thy most recent adventure. Its powers are unknown, but those who gave it thee promised that it would be useful to thee soon. A spell book which has been added every spell that could be speedily obtained. For thee to wear a set of armor of the best enchantments, breastplate, helm, and gauntlets gone. For Yola the Bard, a crossbow which he doth wield so well. For Noble Dupre, a magic shield which I have prepared for him. For Shamino the Ranger, a magic bow, and a goodly supply of burst arrows which he shall no doubt use to good purpose, as well as such common items as torches, a pair of swamp boots, a good dagger, and much food for an extended journey. Travel in safety, and may the villain Batlin soon fall into thy hands. Also, I hope that thou shalt soon find Iolo's lost wife, the good woman Gwenno. Good woman Gwenno, Lord British, thy liege. Well, all that's gone, British, so... His help is as useful as ever. Let me equip my hammer. and magic stockings. Alright. We're ready to go on a tirade. Let's adventure. The barbarian visits the Serpent Isle. Even as was foretold, I have traveled a great distance to meet with thee. My name is Thoxa. Ah, yes, we read some of her words there in the clue book. She was the narrator for the first bit of the clue book. Thoxa, she's a follower of the serpent cult. Just another snake cult. Yes, EO, or EO-lo, I guess is how it's spelled, but that's not how you pronounce it. You pronounce it YOLO. I'm positive that's the proper pronunciation for it. But wait, I proceed too quickly. Perhaps thou art the promised hero. I must test thee, lest I give mine assistance in error. How many beasts are discussed in the bestiary in Erstrom's book? Oh, we've got copy protection. I don't know. 35. For how many reasons did Erstrom put down the history of the land in writing? 35. How many different materials can armor be made from? 35. I'll look this up. I'm not yet convinced. How many different types of regents does Erstrom write about? Well, 35. How many words of power are there? 35. In what circle of magic does create automata spell appear? 35. An imposter! Just wanted to see what would happen if we got them wrong. I assumed she would have just kept asking me, but it lets you play. You can get them wrong, but you can still play. Oink. 23 Colas, what's up? How's it going? Yes, not Exult. I've got to play it the original. We got to play it original. If that makes me a mad lad, then I guess I'm just the maddest. Oink. 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 Everything says oink. Strength, oink. Dexterity, oink. I guess this is how they stop me from continuing, if you get all the copy protection wrong. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's demagogue, stud muffin. Stud muffin. The barbarian stud muffin. I will show thee my passive cephalopod if thou wilt show me thine. Oh. May I borrow thy sycophant? Mine seems to be suicidal above thine house. Ode to a hormonal personal crisis. To be a personal crisis, or to not be. That is like the barge, or that is the barge. What is going on? Whether 'tis nobler in the tyranny to complain the personal crises and digits of hormonal barge. Ich bin ein Konfeder. Ich bin ein Sickler. Sicklier. May I borrow thy pod, person? My seems to be hormonal in a roundabout manner. My pod seems to be hormonal in a roundabout manner. If it's bought on GOG, the copy protection is usually taken out and you can just write whatever. Apparently not, because I did get this on GOG. And now everybody's talking nonsense. Beautiful stud muffin, I shall have my dicot call thy dicot. My hindus are outstretching with a melon. Honor thy father and thy bureaucracy, cream puff. Honor thy father and thy bureaucracy. Cream puff. All right. I need scissors 61. Take a jump off Harikari Rock. Exit and reload it, I guess. That's some good copy protection. All right, we'll get our book handy. We'll get our book handy and do it right. Oink. If you got the if you didn't have the manual and you got that copy protection wrong and you played that when you were a kid, you'd be lost. Journey onward. That was hilarious. My pod is hormonal. S for save and Z for stats. Yep. Still gotta open every inventory though. We must press on, Avatar. I am ready to provide whatever aid I can, my lord. Wouldst thou enjoy some idle conversation, my lord, or shall I embrace my lute and provide a musical interlude? A song. I cannot think of anything to sing at the moment, my lord. Perhaps if thou dost ask me later. Let's talk about Gwenno. I miss Gwenno so much, Avatar. I hope that is not long before we find her and I may hold her in mine arms again. Thanks! A pleasure! That's, they didn't do that in Ultima 7. Thank you for talking to them. So he's got his pants in his hands. With all that in mind, it kind of makes me want to take everything off and put it in my bag. Yeah, let's do that. See if that is... solution to losing everything. At the very least, I'll get everything that they have. Starting to run out of space here, though. Might not be able to carry everything. Won't fit. I still have the weight, so it's the bag. There's too much stuff in the bag. But I don't think I had a pouch. Alright, that's it. That's everything we can hold. I'll take his boots. He can take the carrot back and I'll take the boots. Alright. I got my teammates to strip on the beach. Is he dead? Is he dead? It's like the magical storm is teleporting items, switching items around. Thou hast arrived. Who said that? Even as was foretold, I have traveled a great distance to meet with thee. My name is Thoxa. But wait, I proceed too quickly. Perhaps thou art not the promised hero. I must test thee, lest I give mine assistance in error. In Erstam's book, the section entitled Other Landmarks covers how many areas? Yeah, I think Shamino turned into a grandfather clock. Okay, so Erstam's book, the section entitled Other Landmarks. Shamino's turned into a grandfather clock. Other landmarks. Other landmarks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Five areas. Thoxa. How many types of weapons are discussed in Erstam's book? How many types of weapons? Let's see. Weapons. Section seems to be important discussion as armor selection, as each type leads to a variety of effects. Swords are very useful. That's 1. Main drawback, it appears, is that armor is very effective protection against them. In contrast, blunt weapons, there's another, such as maces and clubs. So I've got 3. limited though it might be based on the brute strength of the wielder, nearly ignoring the protection of the target. Third weapon type is piercing. Oh, okay, well. Are we going by by weapon types, or how many weapons are mentioned? Third weapon type is piercing. Performs much like cutting weapons. Projectiles, that's 4. Well, I guess I'll say 4. Ah, yes. Thank you, Abs. 4. I don't know what it's called. I just know the sound it makes when it kills a man. How many reagents are required to cast the mass death spell? That's a good spell. Mass death. This should be easy to find. Mass death. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 reagents. Six. I'm not yet convinced. Oh, she needs some convincing. How many different materials can armor be made from? How many materials can armor be made from? Armor. Armor's main use lies not in its ability to prevent another's blow from landing, but its ability to prevent or at least decrease damage caused by opponent's strike. Most armors pieced together to cover 6 main regions of the body. Armor is crafted from 4 types of material. Leather, metal, scales, and chainmail. Metal scales, sorry. Leather, metal scales, chainmail, and metal plates. 4. 4. How many cities were established in Serpent Isle? This one I know. 3. Monitor, Fawn, and the other one. How many characters are there in Ophidian writing? That would be the rune alphabet we need to look at. Jesus. She's thorough. $36. The GOG version come with a list of answers for all these questions? Oh, maybe. Maybe it does. I didn't think about, I suppose maybe I would have had to have downloaded it from the extras. We're here now. 36. I don't mind doing it out of the manual. Thou art truly the one I seek. Here is the hourglass of fate. Keep it with thee always, for through it the monks of Zenka can aid thee finally. You called me the promised hero. The land's in dire need of a hero, for the end of the world draws nigh. There are storms which lash out with magical lightning and strange illnesses which plague the innocent. Lastly, there's a growing sense that something is wrong in the land. Wrong? I cannot explain further. Dost thou not feel it? The sense that something is not right? Zenka speaks of these days as the time of imbalance. I'm foretold. I am a Zenkan monk, my son. My son? As such, I have devoted my life to studying the prophecies of Zenka. The writings are clear. The hero shall come in the last days with 3 companions to battle against the evil which is in the land. Further, the hero shall be given guidance from the power that dwells in the void. So is Serpent Isle a completely different world? Have I found myself on a separate plane of existence? What sort of illnesses? The prophecies mention that a plague will come among us to stricken the meek and the innocent. Hast thou noticed the dying birds? They are only the first victims. I didn't notice dying birds. At first the disease shall strike the wildest races, and lastly the race of men. It's quite the weather we're having. The storms are one of the signs that the end of the world is at hand. I know not what causes them or how they may be stopped. Most ships have ceased to sail, for the storms strike any vessel which leaves the harbor. The lightning doth half the power to kill or to teleport, and sometimes it changes the nature of that which it strikes. Like it did with us. Where's my companions? The writings of Zenka speak of 3 which will travel with thee. Without them thou cannot succeed. They shall be thine oldest and most trusted friends, and it is their part to share thine adventure with thee. Thou must find them, hero, and then never let them leave thy side. Power? The writings are vague on this point, so that it is not certain whether the power lives in the void now, or merely came from that place. However, I know that thou shalt need to seek out 3 artifacts. A ring? This font hasn't gotten any better to read. A ring, a necklace, and an earring. That said, I love the font. It's just hard to read sometimes. Through these ancient items, the power shall communicate with thee. More than this, I do not know. What about this funky hourglass you gave me? As long as the hourglass of fate is with thee, if thou art killed, thou shalt be resurrected on Monk Isle. And if one of thy companions is killed, thou canst summon one of us to resurrect him or her by use of the hourglass. We have unlimited resurrects? That's out of hand. I don't have to carry the corpse of my buddy over my shoulder and bring him to a healer. The monk shall come soon, when thou art in a safe place, without strangers or distractions. Alright, what assistance is needed? My time with thee is short, so take careful heed of my advice. There is a cave further south by a large red bush. Its entrance is invisible. If thou canst find thy way in, it may provide more clues. A hidden entrance to a cave by a large red bush. Follow the coast until thou dost come to a great city. The name of the city is Monitor. An old friend of thine awaits thee there. Bye. I must go now before those who oppose me find that I have been here. Thoxa! No! Thou shouldst know better than to meddle in the affairs of fate, Thoxa. By merely talking with the hero, thou mayest be condemning us. We must intervene, Karnax. Karnax! It's more of a barbarian name than a wizard name. The very fabric that weaves the tapestry of the cosmos may depend on it. Thou art as foolish as ever, girl. Zenka's writings are crystal clear. Those who seek to aid the hero shall cause his greatest calamities. I must stop thee before thou send us all to our doom. This fire ring shall save thee from being destroyed during this battle, hero. Neither of us means thee harm, but errors can occur in the heat of combat. Remain with the ring. There's a magic battle about to break out in front of us. Oh! Mas Ort! Vex Ort! She lives! I'm not so easily defeated, friend monk. Infero Grav. Ah! Hero, listen to me before the fire consumes me. Beware of thy friends. They shall only bring destruction upon thee. Take that, vile witch! Ah! Goodbye, hero. Karnax is defeated for now. I am weak and must leave. Remember to seek out the three companions. They must be at thy side. And watch for the ring, necklace, and earring, for by these the power shall guide thee. Seek out thy black sword with the caged demon that thou didst bring with thee from the other land. Thou must have it to complete thy quest. Wow. That was a lot to take in. Oh, hey, Shamino! Avatar, art thou all right? I heard that sound. I heard what sounded like explosions of a volcano. And look at all the fire here. I have been searching all over for thee. That storm has left me quite disconcerted. I can find neither Yolo or Dupre. And to make matters worse, nothing remains out of the equipment Lord British gave us. If that, it hath all been replaced by strange items that I do not recognize. Perhaps thou shouldest inspect thine equipment as well. I shall make a list of what we have. Such strangeness. Yeah, definitely. You're right about that, old Shamino. We've still got our hat. The woman's fur cap. So one of the monks said to keep the my friends close, and the other one said that they'll be my doom. Fine stockings. And in my hand, a severed limb. Okay. Oh, maybe I'll just empty out the whole bag here and then... Yeah, I think I'll just empty out the whole bag on the ground and we'll see what we got. Chain pants. Kept some of the stuff. A bear skull. I will use the two-handed hammer for now. It's my best option for a weapon. Fabulous. Black Tails, welcome to the stream. Yeah, that was quite shocking. I thought they were just going to let me have all the gear because It's part 2 of the adventure. Dupre's black boots still exist. I guess I'll actually give those to Shamino because I have magical leggings I can equip. And we'll trade out the fur cap for a chainmail coif. Still got the beer. I've still got the beer. An odd hairbrush. An urn with ashes. Severed limbs. I don't know if I should hold on to this stuff or what. The list of items which we found ourselves with after the storm. A pine cone. Some sort of vase with soot inside. Strange apparatus of glass and copper. A rock. A finely crafted ring of silver. Of a size to fit a small woman or child. A ridiculous fur cap. Some very old and worn slippers, such as might be worn in the privacy of one's own home. An enameled breastplate suitable for ceremonial occasions. A crude brush. A bottle of ice wine, whatever that is. A large skull, no doubt belonging to some large and dead animal. A bloody hand severed from its corpse. It shows no sign of decay yet. We're gonna carry that around with me for the adventure. A red hunk of stone, and that's all we got so far. So Shamino made the list. I'll keep the list on him. You can have that and that. Not really any decent equipment to give poor Shamino. Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to this stuff. It replaced all the items that I have, so maybe I'll need these to. They might need to take the place of the items once I find them or something. I'll hold on to them, though they are taking up quite a bit of space right now. I'll give all the junk to Shamino. He can hold on to the slippers and the fine stockings. That's money, so I'll keep that. I'll hold on to the severed limb. The gold nugget was not removed, or the money, so I guess that doesn't count. Iced wine. Attack my enemies with a pair of pants. I think you can use a torch as a club. So right now it's better than nothing. Oh, Avatar's looking fine. Nothing wrong with my gear. All right. He said there was a ring as well. I don't think I saw the ring. Well, nothing else is on the ground, so I'm going to assume I got it all. We're looking for a large red bush, and there's supposed to be a secret entrance by the large red bush. Whoa! Large red bush right there. So there we go. I believe that using a bucket in a well is often more effective than simply spinning the crank. Thank you, Shamino. If I may, I'll wager that this chest is locked. If we had lockpicks, however, we could open it. They work on locked doors too, of course. We only use them for virtuous reasons. The Avatar is no common thief. That's true. I don't steal things, I just take them sometimes. Pardon me, a bedroll. With this thou wilt sleep well anywhere. Yeah, we'll definitely take the bedroll. We did pass through an illusory wall to enter. Might there be another leading from this place to somewhere else? There might be, Shamino. There might just be. We'll use the the bucket on the well. There's 5 lockpicks right there. And more importantly, a pouch. What happened to the bucket? I got it on my back? No, that was the bedroll. Was on my back. Oh man, that's really cool. These paper dolls are awesome. The bag is sitting there on my belt. Everything is physically clicked on. That'll help too with the overall organization, I think, of the bags I have and whatnot. There's the bucket. We'll put it down over there for now. Don't need it. We'll save, and we'll try picking this, picking the lock on this chest. For virtuous reasons only. A sextant. Magic sling. That's definitely going to Shamino. Carrots, cheese, a torch, some leather gloves. Suppose the dagger can go to Shamino as well. The sling is nice, but we don't have stones. Unless you don't need stones. I can't remember how slings work in Ultima 7. You might not actually need stones to use a sling. We'll give it a shot, see what happens. He is our ranged guy, usually. Him and YOLO. If I may, let us take that torch. We need all that we can find, for they do not burn for long. No doubt we shall be in many strange dungeons before our adventures is over. No doubt. Broken dish. Another locked chest. The scroll. Dearest Drogeni, what follows is an excerpt from my translation of an ancient manuscript. The translation is crude since I do not yet fully understand the serpent ruins, but I think thou wilt find it very exciting. Until we meet again, Erstem, thy devoted servant. I write this in great haste, for I can already hear the forces of order breaching the keep walls. I don't know how this missive will survive to reach the outside lands, or for that matter future generations. My only hope is that this speedily drafted work will offer record of our hallowed philosophy. For our culture to have any chance enduring the ages, someone somewhere must find this. Please, reader, I beseech thee, spread the word of our peoples, release the spirit of our word, and learn from the wisdom of our past. We read this earlier. This is exactly as written from the manual. I am going to hold on to it, though. That might be useful information to refer to later. My lord, thou wert wise to collect that scroll, Avatar. It probably contains clues which will be useful to us later. Yeah. Just about everything's usually a useful clue in these games. Pick broke. Oh. I should save it so I don't lose any more. Yeah, that one took a little doing. There we go. Aye, saber. Leather boots, a buckler, and some coin. I have a feeling coin is not going to be accepted anywhere in this land. Patui! That strange noise kind of made me think that it did damage to me, perhaps, or poisoned me or something. An Ankh altar. They've got my symbol here. Well, that's everything. Pardon me, but it seems alike to the bow I did lose to the magical storm. That seems alike to the bow I lost in the magical storm. Where? Oh, right here. And we are carrying an animal skull given to us by a strange storm. It must have changed places with my bow. Morgan, it is a clue. If we find where the other strange items came from, we shall find their lost possessions. Yeah, we need the arrows to go with the bow. Magic bow's no good without arrows. We'll just put this skull down in place. Respectfully. that sword and buckler go? Give Shamino the torches. He's gonna be wielding weapons in one hand for now anyways. There was a buckler too. I don't know what happened to that. I guess it doesn't really matter. He has a magical shield right now, so buckler's not necessary. How do I fight again? What's all this? Oh yeah, there we go. The bird is peace and the sword is war. Welcome back to the crazy combat of Ultima VII. Shamino, get back here. Where the hell did you go? Why doesn't he have the shield in his hand? I guess they don't animate that. Some chops. Some wolf chops. Something gives me the impression that wolf chops wouldn't be too tasty. But hey, if you're hungry. Okay. This is the keep we were told we'd come across if we followed the shore. How do we get around it? There we go. They don't make it obvious, but there's the path there. That kind of gives it away. Hey, dude. Halt, who art thou and what's thy business? I'm the Avatar. I'm Morgan, who doth wish to know. Well, I suppose I'm on the other side of the gate and I want in the town, so I shouldn't tell him that. I'm Morgan. I see. Another stranger, most suspicious. There have not been many travelers recently. Open the gate. Art thou friend or foe? Friend. I do not know thou art a friend. I shall let thee in, but thou must have an escort until thou hast spoken to Lord Marston. Thou canst find him at the crematorium. Mourning for the dead, follow the road north. Remember, we shall be keeping an eye upon thee. Hail! This is my escort. Knave. They called me a knave. How dare they? Is it mealtime yet? I'd take them on if they didn't have a couple of short, sharp, pointy halberds pointed at me. Pay the tariff, knave. Do not tarry. Where's the lord? Where's the lord of the land? take a quick look at the write-up for the town, since we've just entered. I believe this is Monitor. Monitor. Moonshade. Mountains of Freedom. Monitor. I was born just outside Monitor, so walking through the gates was like coming home. However, if the people in town remembered me, they didn't show it. I remembered them as friendly, albeit a bit stiff-necked. What I came to realize during my stay in Monitor is now that I am an adult, and not one of the knighthood, they have very little to say to me. I feel it's only because I'm a Zenkan monk that they speak to me at all. This is the lady that we talked to through the copy protection that's narrating this for us. I made my way to the tavern and was pleased to see Simon still ran the place. He tried to get me to take a taste of his special ale, but I knew that old trick and politely declined. I asked if any strangers had come into town recently. He said no, but that anyone coming to town would wish to take the test. He suggested I check with Kaladin and see if anyone had inquired about taking it. The knight's test is a rite of passage for young warriors, those who strive to win the right to have Lydia at the tattoo parlor tattoo their chosen clan symbol on their face. I have never been sure of what the test consists of, but I've heard that it's not as difficult as many make it out to be. The people of Monitor take this test very seriously as a measure of personal worth. Any who wishes to get along in Monitor had better take the knight's test. So we'll be taking the knight's test, I suppose. When I found Kaladin, he was in the training field with Shazana. Shazana is a gruff warrior who takes her temper out on the students. I asked them if anyone had inquired about the test recently. Kaladin thought for a moment and then answered no. I was about to ask him more than a surly-looking warrior entered. Kaladin introduced him as Luther. Luther looked me over and threatened to toss me out of the city for my lack of face markings. Shazana then upbraided him for insulting a Zenkan monk. Their fight escalated and looked as though it would come to blows, so I quietly slipped away. I stopped by the crematorium to see if old Renfrey was still there. He was always a bit forgetful, so I wasn't too surprised when he didn't remember me. He did offer me a job, though, and the pay wasn't too bad. I said I appreciated the offer, but I had important business to attend to. I then asked him if he had seen any strangers in town recently. He scratched his head, and he said he hadn't noticed, but he'd been busy preparing the memorial for a man who had recently disappeared and was presumed dead. This lady's sounding like Ryo from Shenmue. Any strangers? Have you seen any sailors kicking around? His widow is the town healer, he said. She's taking it quite hard. She's often in the crypts mourning for him. How very sad, I said, then thanked him for his time and then left. I made my way back to the inn where I planned to stay the night. In the tavern room was a man named Brendan, who offered to buy me dinner. I said no, but thanked him for the offer. He then offered to buy me an ale. I again declined politely. When he offered to share my bed, I asked him to leave me alone. As Brendan left, Simon chuckled and said that Brendan and Lucia often propositioned visitors that came into town. They're two of a kind, they are. Right. The next day I wandered about the town, trying to find old friends and acquaintances from my childhood. I was frustrated at every turn, as they all refused to recognize me without clan markings. I didn't have time to take their test so that I might be accepted. Even if I did, I have a feeling that the test may be much more difficult than reported. Over here, she said it wasn't as difficult. I have heard that it is not as difficult. And then right here, she's saying that she has the feeling that the test might be much more difficult. So I left the city and headed for the town of Fawn. Where did we come in from? Where did we come in from? Right here, I guess. And that's the road. 13 healer. 6 is the training hall. 14 is fields, banquet hall, pub, tattoo parlor, inn, the town hall. So I think I'm right about here. So the town hall. I'm either here or I'm here. First shop, provisioner, blacksmith, and jail. Right, it's the big building in the center of town, and if it's not, if that's not where we're supposed to go, then I would imagine it's the training hall. Just had to let my cat in. Alright then. So, yeah, we're at the top street. This should be the town hall. The one with all the statues, go figure. Statue. Beware of goblins. I'm a warrior too. God, these guys. Pay the tariff. You gotta catch me first. Beautiful gardens. Where the hell is the town hall? This could be it. Yeah, town hall. I can almost read runes now. I've seen them so much. Nobody in here, though. So that means it's the training hall we gotta go to first, and then we can take the test of knighthood, I imagine. Training hall. That's not it. What time is it? Some of these places might be closed. That might be why the doors are locked. 11 a.m. Pub. Well, we lost our escort. May I watch? Art thou a hero? I'm not as young as I look. Dost thou know how hard it is to be small for one's age? I'm 14 years old, nearly old enough to be a knight of Monitor, but everyone thinks that I'm a little girl. I'm sorry, I mean, welcome to Monitor. My name's Cantra. Knight. I have trained for a long time to become a knight. There's nothing in the world so wonderful as being a knight. My father was a knight, and a very good one, but he's dead now, as tends to happen with knights. When I turn 15, I can take the test of knighthood and become a grand warrior. Yeah, tell me about this test of knighthood. I've been training for the test for my entire life. Anything that thou needest to know, I can tell thee. It truly isn't so dangerous if thou dost know the secrets, and Schmed is nothing to worry about. What wouldst thou like to know? Schmed. Oh, he's the old man who administers the test. I don't like him much, but he looks at me oddly he looks at me oddly sometimes. He will not let thee into the dungeon until thou dost give him the password. Only Lord Marston can give the password to me. Marston's who we need to talk to. Schmed also disarms thee, since thou canst only enter the knight's test with a mace and leather armor. Not my weapon of choice. Schmed's a perv, and no companions may accompany thee. Permission. If thou dost wish to take the knight's test, thou must speak to Lord Marston for his permission. Location. The test of knighthood takes place in the Night Mountains, just north of the city. Thou must follow the trail that leads west from the highway. But beware of goblins. They come ever closer to the city of late. Even the bravest warrior can be slain if ambushed. Yeah. Goblins are no joke en masse. Secrets. These actually are not secrets, since everybody in Monitor knows how knight's test doth operate. To become a knight, thou must survive the dungeon there. Simply remember these tips. Do not look back, or the explosions will overcome thee. Move swiftly at first. So we have to move swiftly at the beginning of the test. Look upwards as well as from side to side. There are clues that would otherwise escape thee. Be prepared to climb. Timing is essential. The fiery missiles can be outrun if thou dost watch carefully. Use thine hands to search as well as thine eyes, for some things are invisible. The last chamber is kept a secret, but I would wager that as easy as the rest of the dungeon it's as easy as the rest of the dungeon if thou dost keep a calm head and steady nerves. Nothing more. Very well. Father. Everyone says that he might be alive, but it hath been weeks since he disappeared. I'm old enough to face the truth. He was on patrol near Monitor. He told the pikemen that he had found something suspicious, and he went to look. He never returned. It must have been the goblins. I refuse to weep, but I vow that the first dozen goblins I slay shall be for him. I'm strong, I'm ready. The goblins will be no match for me. I have trained well. If thou dost need a trainer, I can recommend one. Everyone says that Shazana is the best trainer, but she is such a tyrant. Ever since my father died, Kaladin hath been my trainer. He is big and loud, and sometimes dumb, but he doth have a good heart. Oh, I hope that thou dost attempt the knight's test, and when thou dost, please come back and tell me about it. Slay a goblin. Ah. All the signs are in runes. Sir Marston, where are you? You'd think him being in the mayor of the town, he'd be in the town hall. It's a statue of a naked avatar. Why dost thou interrupt? I'm a pikeman of Monitor. I must return to my duties lest the goblin horde take us. Farewell. I doubt he's up in a guard tower. I think this is provisions, yeah. Provisions, and this would be the blacksmith. Ah, no, this is the blacksmith. Mm-hmm. A two-handed sword. The jail. I'm trying to sleep. Oh, sorry. I'm looking for your boss. It's the way out of town. The inn. Some kind of fortune teller. Be gone with thee, stranger. No one hath not passed the test of knighthood as worthy of my time. Warrior woman. A mage. Hello, stranger. I am Andral of Monitor. Dost thou need the services of a master artist? Perhaps I should not speak with thee. I hope thou art not come to rob me. Rob. No. Who's that in there with them? Nice. He's sculpting this fella. What art thou, a moron? Canst thou see that the artist is at work, Andral, sculpting me? When my bust is complete, then my fame will be perfect, and they shall surely proclaim me knight champion. Move on. Where is this guy we're supposed to talk to? Hello. Say here, I'm Renfrey the cremator, and there is funeral progress. Lords Marston, Spectre, Brendan, and Kaladin are all in the crypts paying their last respects. Okay. Spector. How much you want to bet that's War Inspector? They're in the crypts. Where's that? This way? Do do do. Do do do. Marston. Where are you? Greetings, stranger. I am Lord Marston. Thou hast come to this city at a grievous hour. These portraits are out of control. We are here to entomb the ashes of this brave pikeman Groat, as well as to mourn the loss of our knight champion. Astrid was the finest knight that Monitor ever had. The goblins ambushed her patrol. They slew all but one of the pikemen, and took Astrid's body back to their camp to be feasted upon and used to make their sickening trophies, no doubt. When the reinforcements came, they were mere moments too late. They managed to rescue Groat, but his injuries were too severe. Not even our healer, Harana, could save him. Damn the goblins! They should be exterminated! What business dost thou have with me, stranger? Knight Champion. Knight Champion is the most revered title in Monitor, more than Lord. To be Knight Champion is to be the finest warrior in the land. Not so fine as to be destroyed by goblins. To hone their skills, our knights meet daily in the list field to spar. Thus they demonstrate their martial prowess. From successes in tournament and battle, the knight's champion is determined. He or she is privileged to wear the helm of Monitor. Thou canst hardly miss the list field. 'Tis the walled field in the south part of town. There is no shortage of opponents, especially if thou dost got there in the late morning or afternoon. Even strangers like thyself are welcome to spar. 'Tis good preparation for the test of knighthood. Test of knighthood. One cannot be born a knight, nor can the title be bestowed for money or influence. Only a worthy warrior can become a knight. To test the worthiness of those who sought knighthood, a special dungeon was prepared. If one can survive the knight's test, then one is ready for knighthood. 'Tis an honor to become a knight of Monitor, yet 'tis also a heavy responsibility. There are many enemies in the land. Responsibility? One cannot shirk one's responsibility after becoming a knight. Thy command might call thee tower duty or scout the goblins. There's nothing worse than deserting thy command. In times of crisis, thy place is here in Monitor. For instance, young knight Wilford hath left Monitor to investigate the strange death of his father. Such nonsense! He is needed here with his brother knights. How about them goblins? I vow to war upon them until the end of the world. There shall be no end to my vengeance upon the goblins. Chuck Norris hates goblins. They have robbed, pillaged, and murdered our people since our ancestors came here centuries ago. They delight in kidnapping our women and eating them alive. In the end, 'tis either men or goblins. Both of us cannot dwell here. Goblins subsist on a steady diet of women. Our people fled from their homeland when an evil tyrant united the kingdoms and sought to force his philosophy upon them. So we set sail from Sosaria and led beyond the Serpent's Pillar by a mage named Erstrom. We came to the Serpent Isle. This land was deserted then, settled only by goblins and covered with ruins of a mysterious ancient serpentine civilization. Sosaria, that's a name I haven't heard for an age. This new land was originally to be called New Sosaria, but it became known as the Serpent Isle upon the discovery of various ruins and mysterious ancient serpent writing. We know little else of the race that left its mark here. Tyrant? British the Tyrant? He was an evil man, a knight and mage alike rebelled against his tyranny, so our ancestors fled here and founded the 3 cities. Yes, evil Lord British. British was his name, Lord British he called himself, but we called him Beast British. I serve Lord British. I'll say nothing, as I certainly don't serve him. Beast British, that tyrant Beast British tried to force his bent philosophical virtues upon our ancestors. As magic depends greatly upon illusion, the moon mages dismissed the value of truth. As worshippers of beauty, the people of Fawn saw little worth in unconditional love. We of Monitor feel that courage stands above his other virtues. Erstum, he was a wild-eyed man, driven by his thirst for knowledge and his need for the freedom to pursue it. 'Tis said that in his studies and experimentations he did discover things that drove him insane. Others say that it was the loss of a woman who was his true love that drove him mad. Today is known as the Mad Mage, and his name is most often spoken in hushed whispers. Tell me about the serpent ruins. Thou dost see them across the land, left behind by the evil creatures which once dwelled in this place. They were evil? That's an assumption. That fellow, Craig, could tell thee more. He's most fond of taking long walks in distant places and often seeing strange sights. 3 great cities were founded by those who fled the tyrant, Moonshade, Fawn, and Monitor. Moonshade is the city of mages, Fawn is the city that worships beauty. As for Monitor, 'tis the city thou art in now. It's a city based on courage. Alright, let's ask permission to take the test. None can take the test of knighthood without the permission of the Lord of Monitor. Dost thou seek my permission? Yes. Very well. Schmed will ask thee the password. Tell him this. Courage is the soul of life. And we'll just clean up these last couple of dialogues. Canst thou imagine the horrors of being devoured alive? She was a masterful warrior and deserved a finer death than this. Understand, stranger, that Marston and this woman were bedmates. There is none to replace her, and certainly none able to reclaim the helm of Monitor from the goblins. Well, we're going to prove him wrong on that. Bedmates? Yes, Astrid and I were bedmates. I will not say we were lovers, for we were also warriors and comrades in arms. And we knew that any time either one of us took the battlefield might have been the last time we could have seen each other. I loved her, but we were not in love. I shall always remember her. As shall I. What was that thou saidst, Brendan? What? So this is the guy that's trying to get people to sleep with him and his wife? What? Oh, nothing. Merely mentioning that we shall all miss her presence. She was a fine warrior. Yes, I'm sure. Duties. I am the Lord of Monitor, the city of knights. There are 3 bodies of knights in the city. No command is better than another, for all warriors are equal. As the leader of the leopards, this is my year to rule Monitor. Leopards. We are the peacemakers. The bears and the wolves always quarrel, but we stop them from wringing each other's necks. We bring balance to the community. 'Tis not always glorious to be a leopard, but we are proud to do our duty. Bears? The bears have saved this city again and again. They never forget that we live under siege, that the goblins could always attack. The city walls were constructed by the bears. They are tough, strong, powerful warriors. Kaladin is their lord. And the wolves. The prosperity of Monitor is due to the foresight of the wolves. They have forced us to reach out to our fellow men. The wolves repaired the ancient highway and added new roads to link the 3 cities. They built the guard towers. Brennan is their lord. The wolves are smart, preferring cunning over brute force. Blowfire Throat Totem. That's quite the name. Welcome. What's a paladin? Yeah. Well, a paladin is our friend Dupre. A fine example. Command, every citizen of the town must become a knight of Monitor or be banished when they reach the age of 15. The knights are organized into 3 war bands, which are known as commands, the bears, the wolves, and the leopards. As thou hast no doubt noted, our tattoos mark us according to our command. He's got a tattoo right there, right on the forehead. His amazing hairline shrouding it. Helm of Monitor, 'tis a sacred item once belonging to the goblins. It's what gave their ancient leader, Gurnordir, the power to build the goblin horde. When our forefathers killed Gurnordir, the helm was claimed for Monitor. It hath since been worn by the knight champion. A full-grown human can wear a goblin helmet? These must be some pretty big goblins. I suppose the goblins in Underworld were man-sized. We need to reclaim it, else the goblins shall again build their horde and invade this great city. Gurnordir. If thou dost wish to learn more of the evil race and its history, speak to Templar. He is an expert on the subject. Raid the goblins. Why don't you raid the goblins? I see no reason to discuss this matter with someone who is not even a knight. Fair enough. We'll have to prove to them. But why hast thou come to our town? What is thy business here? Perhaps he's a spy for the goblins. Now, I don't agree with all this talk of a spy in our midst. Do not let these rumors divide our city, Caladan. Yet there was that other suspicious stranger, the fat sage, whom I threw out of town. And that scholar, a woman with fine bone structure, but little too old to pleasure me. What a creep. Could he be speaking of Yolo's wife, the good Lady Gweno? Oh, he better not be. It's a good thing Yolo's not around. And do not forget the enchanter who appeared in the midst of the funeral services for our deceased pikemen. Warriors, be still. There's no spy in Monitor, and I refuse to hear more of this. There's no spy. I'm not convinced. Morgan, I thought I'd never find thee. There's a paladin. That's what a paladin is, right there. When that strange storm struck, there was a flash, and then I found myself in the wilderness. Fearing to be slain by the goblins patrolling the woods, I instead took shelter in this walled city. But these pikemen insist on escorting me to their leader. That's all right. If thou art with my friend here, thou needest not speak with me. Before we go any further, Avatar, I think we should take stock of our supplies. That blasted storm exchanged all my equipment for useless refuse, even my enchanted shield. We cannot hope to survive long without the proper equipment. Perhaps if we can find where this rubbish came from, we can find our good equipment. I shall prepare a list. I've already begun one. Then I shall add to it. Yes, my lord. Yes. Who is it that went in the corner over here? I'm Brendan Stranger. Yes, my lord. Blue Bolt. How's it going? Good to see yous. I am Brendan Stranger. Gweno. A fine-looking woman, but I know nothing more of her. Simon would be the one to ask concerning information on the strangers passing through town. What's your duties? I'm the leader of the command of Wolf. Like all the wolves, I'm a warrior of cunning as well as strength. When I recover the helm of Monitor from the goblins, then my prowess will be known to all. You can tell he's cunning because he's got this little pencil mustache. And I shall become the next champion knight of Monitor. Then glory will be mine, and the ladies will truly fawn on me. But I should not be speaking with thee until thou dost become a knight of Monitor. Speak with Marston about that. Yeah, it sounds like he would be more at home in Fawn. This is the bear guy. I've not seen thee in Monitor before. Thou art new here. Welcome. What's your name? I'm called Kaladin, after mine own grandfather. He was champion knight. And if I ever discover who has his urn, I shall wring their neck. Canst thou imagine someone stealing the ashes of the dead? I have an urn. That's actually an option. Nice. I have an urn. What's your duties? I'm the leader of the command of the Bear. The Bears are the bravest, most virile warriors in Monitor. Courage is our name. Do not smirk. The command of the Bear is unmovable. The goblins dare not assault Monitor, for they know that we are here. I am also one of the best combat trainers in the land, shouldst thou need such aid. Champion Knight. The Champion Knight of Monitor is the one who hath won the right to wear the Helm of Courage. Currently, the helm is in the hands of the goblins. They took the helm when they slew Astrid, our last champion knight. The helm must be recovered, and Astrid must be avenged. Ashes of the dead. I'm not superstitious, mind thee, but I do believe that a man's ashes are sacred. They represent his soul, his heart, his honor. I know that my grandfather's ashes have been taken from the crypts. Honor? Nothing is more important than one's honor. I suppose Dupre would agree with you there. I'm a valiant man, and I can promise thee 3 things. I shall never surrender my sword to my foe. My promised word shall never be broken. Fear is beneath me, and I refuse to let the creeping sink of fright soil my mind. I shall always be fearless. Crypts. The ashes of the dead are kept in the mountain caves where wild beasts cannot defile the urns. Renfrey is the caretaker there. If thou dost desire to pay thy respects to the dead, thou shalt no doubt encounter him there. The Knights of Monitor each serve a particular command. Each command espouses its own unique military strategy. The Bear Command follows a strategy of protection. We are concerned with protecting our home and making it impregnable, thereby giving us the perfect base from which to give any sort of military operation a successful launch. Courage! Our city was founded on the principle of courage. Valor is the virtue we follow. If one cannot show his own prowess in everything undertaken, then one is not worthy to be a Knight of Monitor. Goblins. The wretched bastards. The wretched beasts. Both. Bastards and beasts. I suppose thou hast heard of the ambush at Fawn Tower. They do not fight fair. Poor Astrid. She was an inspiring warrior as well as a lusty wench. Damn, but could she kill goblins? The wolves and the leopards are useless in a crisis like this, but the bears shall exact revenge from the goblins. And if ever I could find out who betrayed that patrol. Betrayed? So maybe I should keep my own counsel, but I'm not the quiet type. The Fawn Tower was betrayed. How else did the goblins surprise the entire patrol? Astrid was no fool. Somebody betrayed her. Who do you think the traitor is? Whoever betrayed Astrid's patrol must have been a knight. No one else could have done it. The bears suspect Craig, the provisioner, for being involved, but the wolves deny it, of course. Someone should question that weakling and see if his guilt can be proven. Fawn Tower. The pikemen of Monitor are the guardians of Serpent Isle. Our 3 towers protect the Serpent Highway and defend against goblin invasion. Besides the tower here, there is a second at Sleeping Bull. The 3rd tower was near Fawn and hath been overrun by goblins. Useless. Worse than useless. Why, the leopards were led by so-called warriors who spend all day sitting on their arses. Marston's too old, and Spector, he reads books! Yeah, that's gotta be, Warren Spector. As for the wolves, everyone knows that Brendan is weak. If thou dost ask me, he spends too much time playing stud, and not enough with his sword and axe. Bye. I'm not usually so talkative to an outsider. Thou shalt not find many in this town who welcome strangers. A word of advice, if thou desirest to be accepted in Monitor, thou shouldest consider taking the test of knighthood. If thou art not a knight, then thou art nothing. Yeah. Test of knighthood. Glad to see ye have some spirit, my boy. Knighthood is what divides the real men from the weak-willed boys. To become a knight of Monitor, thou must first ask permission of the Lord of Monitor. Then thou must journey to the dungeon called Knight's Test. If thou canst survive that ordeal, then thou canst receive thy knighthood. Where is the location for that? The Knight's Test is located in the mountains just north of the city. Thou canst easily find it by taking the Serpent Highway north. Then following the first trail leading west, a sign points that way. There have also been many goblins in the area, so beware. Schmed. He's the keeper of the Knight's Test. Schmed's a wolf, and if thou dost ask me, he has gone soft. Hardly ever see him on the list field. I have no use for him, but he doth do a fair job of administrating the test. Ordeal. Fiery explosions, wild animals, puzzles to queer the mind, and mysterious beyond understanding of mortals. Well, perhaps I exaggerate some. The test is difficult, and many have died. But if thou dost know the secrets of the dungeon, the quest is not so hard. After all, most Monitorians take the test when they are 15 years of age. Young Cantra will take it soon. With training, thou canst succeed. Cantra. We spoke to her. I'm surprised that thou dost know of the girl. She hath a bright curiosity and is always pestering visitors. Cantra's the daughter of the town healer, Harna. Her father hath been missing for many weeks. She doth favor him, very proud, very ambitious, and eager for her knighthood. Knighthood? When thou hast completed the test, then there will be a great banquet held for thee. Thou shalt receive thy tattoo, and shalt wear the pelt of thy totem animal. But we can discuss this upon thy return, if thou dost have the courage to take the test of knighthood. What's the secrets? I'll give thee 3 clues. In the first chamber, speed is the clue. Do not look back, or you'll be a goner. Cantra said the same thing. These are important enough, I guess I'm going to scribble them down. Night test. Number 1. Be fast. Number 2, later on seek that which cannot be seen. It may be hard to find. So I'll have to just use my little hand here and just click on the ground all over the place looking for invisible items. Invisible items. And what's his third clue? To overcome, thou must find the claw and the urn of Gurnordir. Claw, urn of Gurnordir. Use the claw to draw thy blood, then mix the blood with the ashes in the urn, then thy fate shall be made known to thee. Use on ashes. Trainer. Yes, I'm a trainer. I specialize in making men out of boys. Strength is the key. Once that is gained, I then turn to emphasizing the fundamentals of combat, but thou shouldst ask me of this another time. Come to the list field at noon any day, and I shall be happy to train thee. 'Tis at the south end of town, and is where all the knights go to fight in the tournaments and improve their fighting skills. So I still have the urn, and I'm going to save it and tell him I got an urn. I think it's Shamino that has it. Look at Dupre. The Shield of Monitor. I'll take the gauntlets. And a blue egg. Oh, he's got a belt too. Kidney belt. Those are pretty good. Gives you a bit of defense. And he's got some food. Well, we'll give him that. And the gloves. This, and he can have his black boots back. I think it was him who had the black boots on. Got leather boots for Shamino. Where's that sling of his? There, that's the urn with ashes. Let's see if we can give it back to this guy and get an item. One of our lost items. We'll really have to keep an ear to the ground for people to give this stuff back to. Let's just a pikeman. He must have ran off to the list field. Oh, look at this place. A serpent shrine in the middle of the tombs. Serpent Gate. Haha, I like that the pillars have little faces on them. That's sweet artwork. A coffin. I suppose we won't disturb that. Makes you wonder if there's not some good items in there, though. Grave robbings below the avatar. I'd rather kill my enemies and loot them. Gotta be polite and close the door behind us. So there's really no point in trying to discuss with people around the town right now. They all want me to take the test. Probably can't even buy anything from the blacksmith until I take the test, I bet. So we might be stuck with the gear we have right now. Do do do. Ba ba ba. Looking for that trainer. Said to be down here around noon. Should be about noon. Oh, it's much later than that. Still. Here we go. Do not slow. We have not had many strangers in our town lately. Let me introduce myself. I'm Shazana, a knight of the leopards. I know about them. The wolves and the bears are full of dreams. We leopards are realistic. We live one day at a time. What's your duties? What business of it is thine? If thou dost wish to train with me, then meet me at the list field at noon. If not, then be on thy way. Huh! Art thou a fighter? Thou does not look like a fighter to me. Thou dost look like someone to carry Luther's water buckets. Har! What's your name? I'm Luther. I'm a bear and a trainer of unequaled strength. It's my destiny to become the next knight champion of Monitor. I'm the greatest fighter in Monitor, but I sense that thou art uncertain. Dost thou disagree? Yes. I shall gladly prove it to thee on the list field. Meet me there in the morning. But not too early. I like my sleep. The 9th hour should be sufficient. Guess we got a duel in the morning. He called me a slug. There we go, Kaladin, we've been looking for you. So 'tis thee again, well met. How shall I aid thee? There's no option to give him the urn now? Hopefully I can still do that. Did I miss having companions demanding food all the time? Well, it's good to have them there. It's good to have them around. The underworld games are a little lonely affair. Oh man, that's really frustrating. I can't seem to offer this guy or tell him that I have an urn any longer. I feel like if I truly could have gotten one of my items back, though, it wouldn't have been like a one-time chance to speak to him about it. Yeah, her again. I do want to check her secrets again. The advice she had for the test of knighthood. Don't look back, look upwards as well as side to side. There are clues that would otherwise escape thee. Be prepared to climb. I guess I'll write that. Be prepared to climb. Use thine hands to search as well as thine eyes, for some things are invisible. The last chamber is kept a secret. Do I have a different kind of belt on me? I wonder why I can't seem to equip this kidney belt. It's when you have a bag. You can't equip it when you've got a bag. We'll give Shamino the bag for now. He can hold on to it for us. You can keep your pants. Just wanted to give you the pouch. Oh, you can take these leather gloves too. Oh, that's where that buckler went. Alright, we're full barbarian now. Somebody's hungry, right? Was there a way I could check their hunger levels? Oh yeah, that's right. They'll have a little hunger symbol there. It's me that's hungry. Well, a growing avatar needs a healthy diet. A healthy diet of cheese. And carrots. Very tasty. Alright, let's go be a hero. Oh, who wants food now? Shamano's hungry. Do you have any food on you, Shamano? You can eat that apple. All I have left is a severed limb. So you're going to have to survive off that apple, or else I'll give you the severed limb. Yeah, Z, that's right. I'll have to remember. Thank you, Davy. Yeah, if I ever give the game a second... Well, I'm sure I will play this game again sometime in my life, but I'll make that second playthrough Exult for sure. See what the differences are like. First time playing the game, though, you gotta play the original. That's just the way I think of things, anyways. You're gonna play the game the first time, yeah. Gotta play it the way it was intended. Okay, following the Serpent Road. Should be pretty easy to find the trial, apparently. Don't think this is it. I'm sure this is just a guard tower. Yeah, exactly, Stu. And I just didn't want to. I didn't want to. You know, I didn't want to experience those changes without having played it in its original form to begin with. Going to assume that that sign said Knight's Trial. This is going off into the mountains. My name's Schmed. I'm a knight of Monitor, at thy service. Yeah, he's giving me a suspicious look as well. Duties. I'm the knight in charge of the test of knights. The test takes place here, beyond that locked door. The test. All Monitorians must pass the test before they can be granted their knighthood. The test of the knights is a challenge which only the stout of heart, keen of mind, and strong of arm can pass. It's specifically designed to test thy might, thy fleetness, thy courage and wits. If thou dost complete the test, thou shouldest follow the directions of the words contained in the scrolls that thou wilt find. Thy totem animal will then appear. Slay it and take it back to town. Cilia will take its skin and make a cloak for thee. Lucilla will cook its meat. All the knights will have a banquet in thine honor, if thou dost pass the test. It is a test which one must endure alone, without companions. Dost thou wish to test thy mettle by taking the test of knighthood? Yes. Pray tell, what be the password? Courage is the soul of life. Steel thyself. If thou dost make it through the other side, then all will know that thou art worthy to be a knight of Monitor. Thy friends must wait for thee here. Couldn't we wait at the pub in town? Of course not. We shall wait faithfully for thee here, Morgan. Thanks, Shamino. You're a good friend. For now I will take thy things and keep them safe. Thou art only permitted to wear leather armor and to carry no other weapon but a simple mace. When thou art taking the knight's test of Monitor, follow me to the test. I have a bad feeling. Nice. In my loins. Alright, we'll save it. Knight's Testy. I'll just keep it Knight's Testy. Alright. Give me a couple of minutes here. We're gonna have a midstream break, and I'll be back shortly. We're back. Weird, the weird ass Ultima 1 music from the Apple II GS version of the game. Okie dokie. Back to the quest. I have a bad feeling. Okay, so from our secrets, from our secrets that were given to us by the denizens of Monitor, we have our first hint here being to move fast and don't look back in this first area, so... And I can see why. Locked. Whoa, what's all that about? Gotta find out what the hotkey is for attack. Yow! What happened there? Well, I died, obviously, but that was, barely a fight. I'm Karnax, a Zenkin monk. Please forgive us for our previous meeting, my son. I'm just gonna skip through this. I don't want to experience that. That's because I died, I guess. And I have the hourglass in my possession. Locked gate there, too. Yeah, those guys hit hard. What's up here? I'm not used to being so weak. Where's my usual barbaric prowess? I didn't take any hits from that. I let my muscles go on the voyage over, yeah. I forgot to work out on the boat. Locked door. The other clue I got was invisible items. But I don't know how I'm going to get any items invisible or not from down there if I can't even hold my own in battle. What is the hotkey for combat? C? I think it's C. Yeah. It's C. Fight! Fight! For battle glory! They done disappeared. That one got up off the floor. Yeah, they're not so bad when you hit back. Alright, well... Oh, hey now, come on. That's cheap. Fight! Ah! He was hidden in the corner. Lay waste to my foes. Poor Avatar. Poor, poor Avatar. There we go, I got a critical that time. Keep hitting him. No lockpicks. No nothing. Can we destroy chests in this one? Yeah, we can. Alright. Give me that key. Jeez, and they send 15-year-olds in here. Couple of gremlins just about took out the Avatar. Yeah, the Avatar's first victory over small purple children. A triumph. Something's gonna be under one of these rocks. This will be the invisible item area. Oh! Snake! Oh, I'm poisoned. This place is terrible. See you in hell, Liquid. I got nothing to cure the dang poison with. Ah! Can't seem to deal a killing blow to any of my enemies. This is, some of the more difficult fighting I think I've encountered in the beginning of an Ultima game. Even in the originals, I was used to being able to take on a bit more than a couple of snakes and some gremlins. Okay, I see. Alright. I got the rooms mixed up. I should have looked around the room a bit more closely. This is the one that where the hint was be prepared to climb. So we need to make a staircase. Well, I've got lots of experience from this from our house building in Ultima VII. Damn it. Ah! Damn! Wow, that guy smoked me. Attack it! Okay, don't chase after things when they run into the corner. The auto attack doesn't seem to work well if you can't visibly see the creature on the screen. Double click on fleeing enemies again, or else you won't attack. Okay. I don't remember that. That's gotta be a Serpent Isle thing. Splatter that snake blood all over the place. Yo. Dead. No mercy. No mercy for poisonous snakes. God damn. Penguin, what's up? By the way, you can press T to pause the game and go do double click. Yeah, okay, yeah. Saves you a little bit of time in the tense action of Ultima VII combat. I think I used too many stones. God, what an asshole. Never thought I'd see the day where I'm struggling with snakes in Ultima. I can move the rocks in combat mode, so I should just stay in combat. Save scumming the serpent deaths. Splat. Oh man. I'll go to Monk Island when I'm good and ready. Not when a snake bites me. Da 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 dun da da. Jesus Christ. It's the Guardian's fault. He carefully filled the room with poison snakes, knowing they were my greatest foe. I save it after every snake death now. Fought Balrogs. Armies of gargoyles. But my true foe, my nemesis, snakes. It's always gotta be snakes. That should do it. Yeah. Only one key at a time, I guess, because... just tuck it into your loincloth. I guess that might be uncomfortable. I should try that other key on one of these doors as well. There are 2 locked doors. Didn't work on that main one. Put it down here. And I'm just going to assume that south is where the key to this door will be. Cal Zen. Howdy. What's up, Cyclops? Oh! Don't stare at the Cyclops too long. He'll box your ears so hard your brains will come out of your eyes. So I'm running in here and grabbing the key and running out. Oh, he's more aggressive off the bat. Jesus. Ha ha ha! Fool! Gotta finish the job. Oh no, he's up! I thought maybe that was my chance to get some experience. Ha-ha! Valorous. Valorous combat. I imagine a mace is more powerful than a club. Don't swing at the door. Okay, so that was the I don't know if they had any hints for that place. The one with all the magical bolts flying out of the wall. But the next clue I have is invisible items. Potions. Well, that'll give me space to be able to take this gold nugget. I suppose I'll take the keys as well, just in case the dungeon's gonna be a jerk and make me use them all at the end or something. Ow. No. Got 4 hits left. Maybe we'll see if we can hold on to those potions for a little bit. Oh. Danger. Danger around every corner. Ugh. Run away! Is this the invisible items they were talking about? No. Blah, blah, blah. I guess we can do a bit of trial and error right here. No. Never mind. That one's empty. This one exploded on me as well. How about that one? So one of them's empty, perhaps with a invisible item on the inside of it. What? They're all just traps to trick the poor Avatar. No, there's something going on here with these treasure chests. Just clicking and dragging and seeing if I grab anything. Whoa, there we go. When in doubt, walk into walls. It's an Ultima tradition. I guess that's what they meant by invisible. Not that there was items that were going to be invisible, but invisible walls. Okay, we got 2 paths now. I just unlocked this door up north, and then south there was a hidden door unlocked by a switch. Guess let's go with this one first. Rats! Luckily, the Avatar can still take on some rats. I'm a little surprised they're not too much for him. Okay, this will be the key from the rat room. Have a bit of a look around here. To battle! No, I didn't think that was happening. An armored teleporting knight? Oh, he didn't take too many swings. Maybe if we use that health potion we can handle it. I have paid thee, and paid thee well, to fulfill the contract. Only fools would pay a great sum for an easy task, and I am no fool. Remember, I have chosen thee because thou art the best weapon available to me at the moment. Make no mistake, the Avatar is not an easy target, and certainly the most challenging thou hast ever faced. Dispose of the Avatar quickly. Destroy this note. No evidence should be left behind the X. Well, we can guess who sent that note. An assassin. Okay, yellow is healing, and red is cure poison, right? What's my, 13. Yeah. Yellow is healing and red is for poison. Damn it. It's just missing over and over again. I got a little bit more hit points that time. I have 14 instead of 13. Fight. What the hell? He must have like one-shotted me that time. They really put you through some shit here in the beginning. Oh, that's why he killed me in one hit. Because I didn't load the right save. Let's see, maybe I'll get a bit more health from that. 8? No. No, it wasn't. Yeah, I get that. Like, especially them giving me that resurrect right off the bat. But I don't don't want to use the resurrect so early. Kill him! Come on! Oh! It felt so close. I guess I could just avoid him. I mean, there's nothing down that way anyways. I just want to kill the assassin. I wasn't even all that close coming back at him. Fight, 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 fight. Does bring me back at full hit points. I just, I'm surprised I can't kill him because I'm almost full hit points already. At 14. 15 even. Let me take one more swing at him and then I'll just move past him. Just keeps dodging on the swings. Oh, I could lead him into here, maybe. Get him blowed up. To thee, fine warrior, who hast made it this far, if thou seekest to be a knight of Monitor, thou must be willing to shed thy blood for the defense of others. To prove thy resolve, take this claw and use it upon thy person. Let thy blood be thine oath. Shmed, master of knight's test. And then I need to use the blood on an urn. Oh yeah, that's right. Z. Yeah, they really give you shit all over the place. Oh! The trap got me. God damn. I am Karnax of Zenkin Monk. Please forgive our previous meeting, my son. I have nothing against thee, but I fear that Thox's willful interference shall be the undoing of all for which we have prepared. Lest I forget, we have recently made a discovery which I believe shall aid thee, my son. Previous meeting. See, I just didn't want to go through all this dialogue and stuff now, but I guess I'll just do it and then whatever. When I came to try to dissuade Thoxa from aiding thee directly, it was not an attack against thee. The prophecies state that those seeking to be thy friends shall bring about the downfall of thy quest. That is not why we have dedicated our lives. Thoxa. Thoxa is a very bright young woman who would like to feel that she hath single-handedly saved the world. It doth go against the grain of her youth to sit and wait for each event to come to pass. What is worse, though, is that she hath pulled Megum into her rashness as well. Megum. Megum is by nature a quiet young man, not given to impetuousness. He is ideally suited to be our librarian. His greatest desire is to be helpful, as well as ordered in fact. It was he who divined the passage that foretold of thy coming. Prophecies. Zenka was given visions of the ending of our world. However, she was barely literate and needed others to act as scribes for her convoluted visions. Let's learn about Zenka, I guess. Zenka was a cross-farm wife who saw her visions as means to others, to have others do her work for her. Zenka was a cross-farm wife who saw her visions as means to have others do her work for her. That's some prophet. Yet despite her human failings, her visions are true. Thou art here, even if she is not. She is not. Zenka disappeared quite some time ago. Many think that she will return to deliver the final key to saving our doomed world. I think that her visions have left her and she slunk quietly away to die in obscurity. Ending of the world. Zenka foresaw that the people would turn from their basic goodness until the very land itself would rise in revolt against their twisted ways. Even now the storms flay the land. Soon the earthquakes will unleash the fire that will engulf the world. Storms. The storms are what conveyed thee here, my son. Doth natural lighting do aught but kill? Doth normal lightning transport an item thousands of leagues from where once it stood? And the storms are growing more frequent and fierce with each passing day. Earthquakes. The land is a living entity, my son. Have no doubt that it will convulse as death draws near, even as man. And where will we insignificant mortals be once the land which nurtures us heaves its last explosive breath? God damn. The font really gets me sometimes. And where will we insignificant mortals be once the land which nurtures us heaves its last explosive breath? Interference. It was determined by all monks that the time for the hero from another world was at hand. It was also decided that we would take no direct action to influence the hero in any way. Thoxa overstepped her bounds by giving thee the hourglass of fate. Well, I'd be dead right now if she didn't give it to me. Hero. All references to the one who can alter the course of destiny allude to the hero from another world. Art thou from this land, from New Sauceria? No. Dost thou see? When taken with the other signs, it points to thee as the one who alone can save our land. It's my job. It's what I do. Saving lands. Hourglass. The damage hath been done. It is now thine to keep. It was designed so that we might be able to gauge when certain events were nigh. Perhaps it will serve thee better, I do not know. It makes it so I can't die. So yeah, it'll serve me pretty good. Let's hear about this librarian. He hath taken the chaos of our library and turned it into a vastly more organized area. In fact, I believe that we have the most concise collection of Ophidian books and scrolls that still exist. Of course, it helps that we have the lens of translating. Lens. It is a large device that stands at the center of our library. Anyone using it is able to decipher the cryptic Ophidian writing for a short period of time. Ophidian. The Ophidians are commonly referred to as the Serpent People because of the embossed serpents found within the ruins of their cities. They had fully developed civilization here long before our forefathers fled from the invader British. I believe that they destroyed themselves in a bloody civil war. Invader British. Our records are incomplete concerning the time of resettlement. For that thou shouldst see Feda Biblio in Moonshade. Thou shouldst bear in mind that their accounts are likely to be highly biased in their own favor. Feda Biblio is the master archivist in the city of mages. He is also a teacher and will be able to help thee. Civil War. I believe that the Ophidian government disintegrated and their society split into two opposing groups. In the end, one faction apparently slaughtered the other. But all traces of the victors disappeared soon after the final battle took place. It's a mystery where they went. Discovery, dissuade, and dedicated. Those that live within this abbey believe that Zenka's prophecies hold the key to diverting the fiery end that awaits the world. Our numbers have decreased with time, for even Zenkin monks die from age, and few of the youths are willing to serve such nihilistic prophecy. I sought to win her away from her foolishness. Thoxa, he's talking about here. I sought to win her away from her foolishness by rational argument. Regrettably, it became a test of magics. As thou canst see, Thoxa and I are both skilled enough that we both yet live. Unlike the silent novices that thou dost see among us, Thoxa and I have both forged gateways into the power of the void. By tapping into this stream, any confirmed Zenkin monk can surmount his or her own death. But there are still some things that remain beyond any one monk's power and require the concerted effort of all of us. Oh boy. This guy just, he's got a lot to say. Discovery. While searching for more materials of the library, Migum discovered an ancient chest in the passageways beneath our abbey, near the Serpent Gate. Within this chest is a strange amulet and a scrap of decaying scroll. The scroll indicated that this is the Amulet of Balance. It is our thought that this amulet was meant for thee, my son. I shall caution thee that we do not know what powers it has, for the scroll disintegrated before Migum could fully translate it, but I am certain it's connected with the Serpent ruins in some manner. Perhaps if thou dost use it near the Serpent Gate, thou wilt trigger its power. The key. I do not know if Zenka's visions were full of diverse images or if she couched them in such terms out of peevishness. Whatever the case may be, her prophecies run around the edge of what must be known, and it can take years to decipher the meaning of a single vision. Magics. Unlike the unenlightened mages of Moonshade, our powers come not from moldering reagents. The power of a Zenkin monk comes from a connection to the limitless void that surrounds the universe. Space magic. Consider the void to be a frame within which our cosmos is bound. It is the source of unimagined power. Power that thou mayest draw upon freely if thou hast forged a gateway into it through long meditation. Some things. Manipulation of time and space requires more power than one monk can channel, so teleportation and resurrection require that all monks conjoin their power. Mages. The mages of Moonshade are but mere children playing at the arts. They have not the patience to learn. True magic comes after long years of meditation and self-sacrifice. And now I will finally leave the island. We have restored life to thy flesh, as promised, hero from another world. Now thou must continue thy quest. We know not for certain from where thou wilt continue. Well, luckily it's the same spot. I can't believe that trap got me. Well, shit, I might as well go back and kill that assassin now then, if I've already died anyways. So easy to kill after I've died once. I wonder if there's actually something to that. Everything's overpowered until you've died once? I don't know. I killed that guy in like 3 hits, though, when before I was just getting destroyed by him. Journey onward. It's a pretty dangerous way. Let's see if there's another way around. I don't know if I took a bunch of hits there or not. I don't know how I feel about this hourglass. There's got to be a secret wall or something. I need to find an urn to be able to cut myself with the claw and pour my blood into the ashes. Well, there's an area down there. Okay. Looks like I did need to come down to where the assassin was anyways. Here's the urn. To thee, fine warrior, who hast made it this far, if thou seekest to be a knight of Monitor, thou must mingle thy blood with the ashes of our ancient foe, Gurnodir, the Goblin King. Thy blood pledges vengeance against our enemies, and will give thee thy totem animal, the key to thy soul. Alright, that's probably the exit there. Let's get our totem animal. It better be bear. A wolf? A wolf I can't even kill. Amulet of Balance. We are searching all of our references for further information on thy amulet, my son. But as of yet we have discovered nothing more than what I have already told thee. It was used at the Serpent Gate, but we know not what it does. We have restored life to thy flesh as promised, hero from another world. Now thou must continue thy quest. We know not for certain from where thou wilt continue. Yeah, right back where I was. Took a ton of hits coming back there because I was slow in getting my combat back up. But apparently death means absolutely nothing in this game anyways, so... supposed to take the pelt of the wolf. I don't know if I've got to physically do that or what. 2 deaths in the lousy Knights test, and they didn't even give me a bear. I made it. Thou didst survive, but I don't understand. How didst thou survive the Knight's test? We fixed the place with traps to be absolutely fatal. I did not want to do it. She seduced me into trying to kill thee. Yet, even now, I cannot betray her. It's just... Oh, yeah. Sure, leave the Monk's Isle. You don't know where you're gonna put me back to, but it's gonna... Is this really the way you're supposed to be playing this game? This is ridiculous. Die with dishonor. Yeah, no, exactly right. It's a little silly. But I wasn't even able to bring in my own equipment. So, you know, this is what I'm stuck with. There nothing I could have done about it. I don't have an extra health potion. It seems really silly to me as well. Game design. Well, at least I have a two-handed sword now. A mighty Zvayanda. Oh right, I've got the bag in my hand, so I can't use a two-handed weapon. My dearest, I beg thy forgiveness for my behavior last night. This difficulty with the Avatar hath disrupted my performance, but I assume that I assure thee that once we have taken care of him, I will hold a private celebration thou shalt not soon forget. Who is it? Who's after me? And what's this? That's the Amulet of Balance, which the monks said that they found for me. Oh, good to be out. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that respawn mechanic, though. I don't really want to use it, but I'll live with it. I'm ready to provide whatever aid I can, my lord. Join. Most gratefully. And do pray. This is no time for idle chat. We're on a quest. Join up with great pride. There you go, to pray. Have some beer. Magical leggings and boots, which he already has, so I guess those are for me. Or, oh no, wait a minute. This is my old gear. Okay. Well. Give Shamino the leather clothes. Damn it. Get your coif back on there, Dupre. Okay. I like that. That's a good setup for now. Food. And this book, Fighting is an Art by Johnson. Lesson 1. In fighting, thou must never lose, no matter what thou must do. Anyone fighting thee is an enemy. An enemy must be destroyed. During battle thou wilt be confronted by thine enemy. Thou must defeat him, or thou wilt bring disgrace upon thyself, thy clan, and thy trainer. Battles are always on the horizon. Thou must train hard and work thyself hard. Thou must think battle, eat battle, sleep battle if thou dost expect to be victorious. Those warriors who do not think they can do this should contemplate another line of work. Knowing thy weapon is the greatest value. Be it sword, mace, or bow, thou must train with it until mastery, if thou dost wish to be a true warrior. If thou hast not the time or the mind to train in this fashion, then thou shouldst perhaps train with the shovel and the carrying of animal wastes from the fields instead. It's better for thee to serve thy clan as best as thou can, though it be less than knight-worthy post, than for thee to run in battle and endanger thy comrades. Anyone caught running away from a battle should be put to the sword immediately, lest others feel that they may let their womanish fears of peril. Good book. Was that last page? The true knight is not he who fights battles, but he who relishes in the spilling of blood. He who is enthralled with the smell of bowels split wide, or the sight of another's blood staining his sword and armor, should be praised above all. This is what a true knight seeks. He's a true master of the arts of fighting. I'm going to keep that book. That's a good book. Your party members will flee from combat and drop their shit. What happened to these guys? I remember them being a little bit more sturdy. Open up. I suppose thou dost wish me to operate the gate? Yes. Stand back while I crack the winch. 'Tis heavy and dangerous. Thou dost never know when it might come down upon thine head. Thank you. Put their AI into berserk mode so they never flee. Yeah, I should do that. For all of them. No cowards traveling with the Avatar. Pity an old man. Is that YOLO? YOLO. Release me. Help me, Avatar. That storm transported me to this odd city. Because I'm a stranger, they arrested me. They say that I'm an enchanter. Speak to Lord Marston and win my freedom. I know thou shalt not leave me. Return soon. Please free thine old friend. Here hath been a terrible mistake. Everybody's hungry. YOLO's in there starving. What can we feed Shamino? Who's got the food? Some sausage links for Shamino. Alright, we'll check the time. 1 a.m., so nobody's going to be awake. I imagine the inn will cost money. So, there we go. Find the park and have a nap. If you can't find anywhere else to sleep, the park's the next best thing. In how many hours shall we awaken thee, my Morgan? My Lord Morgan. It's 1? Sleep for 6 hours. We don't want to wake up too late. We have adventure to get to. Adventure awaits. Also, why do I got this hammer? Why am I using that hammer when I have a perfectly good greatsword here? I'll take the breastplate off of Dupre. I'll trade him. Can put your bedroll on your back or shoulder. Yeah, I noticed that earlier. I like it. I think you could put things on your back in Ultima 7 as well, though. Alright, we gotta find the Lord of the city. The sands of time are dwindling. We must hurry. What do we have here? I'm Spectre, Treasurer of Monitor. Yeah, that's definitely Warren Spectre. War Inspector, producer of Ultima Underworld 2. He was also involved in Savage Empires and Martian Dreams. Underworld 1. Good resume. I'm Spectre, treasurer of Monitor. What's with that enchanter in the prison? Oh, thou must be speaking of that wild rogue mage that was recently arrested trying to disrupt Groat's funeral. I believe he said his name was Yolo. Thou shouldst speak with Lord Marston. He dealt with him. Duties. Frankly, I do so many things. I am Monitor's treasurer. Lord Marston may order things done, but I must find a way to pay for it all. I handle the books and the paperwork, and I'm the local money exchanger. I also collect and administer the taxes. Frankly, I'm not much of a fighter, even though I'm a knight. Well, how'd you get past that test? Well, I dutifully passed the test of knighthood when I was 15, but frankly, not everyone was born to be a knight. I admit it. God, if he got through it. What I am is an intellectual. Other knights may scoff, but I don't care. I might be an easy target on the list field, but in a debate, I'm a killer. Taxes. Our pikemen patrol the major roads connecting Monitor with Fawn and Sleeping Bull, and man the guard towers. In better times, caravans traveled these routes, and we collected a fat reward from merchants eager for our protection. But now the rumors of gathering goblin invasion have scared the travelers off the roads. Frankly, this is nonsense. The Knights of Monitor have repelled such goblin aggression successfully in the past, and they shall do so again. Exchange coins. To barter coins, I charge a small fee for the money exchanged. Dost thou agree? Nah. Thou wilt find no other money changers with such a low fee as mine. Oh, he's got one of those. He's got some fun stuff on his desk there. Yeah, he's got one of those things. That is truly strange. Well, he's hard at work. We'll leave him to it. We need to find Marston. Marston, where are you? Ultima, Ultima, Ultima. Ah, some ancient ruins. Ruins of the snake cult. He's not going to be down there again. Maybe he's at the list field. To battle! Where on earth is this guy? Tavern, perhaps? Haven't been in here yet. Do. This actually might be him here. Oh. Stop moving! Greetings, Morgan. What is thy business with me? Enchanter, I understand thou hast spoken with this villain. He's my friend. Then explain to me why thy friend's actions. Is he a sorcerer? No. Then how did he appear in the middle of the funeral? Doth he fly? He was hit by the lightning. Indeed, the storms have been known to magically displace their victims. If only thou wert a knight, then I could let thee vouch for thy friend and let him free. Well, it just so happens I am a knight now. Congratulations, thou dost not even need to tell me. I can see that thou hast triumphed in the dungeon. All the blood covering my clothes. Now thou must prepare mine, and mostly mine. Now thou must prepare for thy banquet, at which thou wilt become a knight of Monitor. Thou wouldst be a poor knight without the mark. Seek out Lydia, for she will give thee a tattoo of knighthood. In the dungeon thou didst slay an animal, which the ashes of Gurnordir did send to thee. Now bring the animal's body to... I was supposed to carry the goddamn body. To Celia, the furrier, from the carcass she shall make the cloak of knighthood. The traditional meal of the banquet is a stew made from the meat of the animal thou didst slay. Bring the meat to Lucilia in the pub, and she shall prepare the feast. When thou hast finished thy work, then thy knighting can occur. So I gotta go back and get the wolf carcass. Forgive my boldness, but I must say that thou hast a fine build, my lord. Surely thou hast overcome many foes with the powerful thrust of thy weapon. My name is Lucilla. Is there anything I can do for thee? Anything at all? They're not shy in Monitor. Banquet stew. Very good. Now that I have the meat, thy stew will be ready for the banquet. Thy banquet will be held at the Knight's Banquet Hall. It's located south of the pub. Thou shalt find it on Banquet Hall Road. Goodbye. Goodbye, lover. Did you miss the sex? I have not... I've not gotten involved with anybody in Monitor, though it seems quite the thirsty town. Yeah, well, I read the clue book entry for the town before when we first arrived, and it was talking about how Brendan and his wife like to proposition people for threesomes. Ultima. Somebody take this damn wolf corpse. Okay, Shamino's got it. I really like, actually, that they touch on some adult themes with the Ultima games. It's not like over the top, but yeah, it's good stuff. Especially 1993, I don't think there was very many games that really dealt with sex, violence, and relationships and things like that in any kind of a serious way. Alright, we need to speak to the provisioner. I am Celia, the furrier. What may I do for thee, stranger? Slain wolf. Now that thou hast completed the test, I must make a cloak for thee from the skin of the animal thou didst slay. Give me the body. Oh, 'tis a large one. The Avatar is quite skilled at killing large animals. Return in one day. I shall have thy cloak by then. Happy hunting. I wish it was a bear. The bear definitely would have killed me, though. But, I mean, hey, that doesn't really seem to matter too much. I could have just kept warping back over and over again. Do prey wants a munch? Hefe, what's up? Good to see yous. So it'll take one day for them to make me the cloak. What can I do? How can I make use of that time?
Oh my god!
Macaw with the big raid.
If thou dost not return, Avatar.
Unholy Element, thanks for the follow. What's up, Macaw? What's up, everybody? How'd Castlevania 2 treat you? Did you beat it?
If thou dost not return, Avatar.
Rookie Pilot, thanks for the follow.
Drop thee low.
Duke, what's up? Nice, beat it. Awesome. Yeah, I watched a buddy of mine beat that years ago, but I'm a Rick Snakes, thanks for the follow. I'm a Castlevania baby. I've barely played any Castlevanias. They're amazing. I'm curious. Thanks so much for the follow.
If thou dost not return,
Jungle Junction. Do I think that Yoshi gets embarrassed when he poos out eggs in front of Mario? It's a complicated question. Oh, don't worry about it, Jungle. Ghost Hall, hey, how's it going? Good to see everybody. Hope everybody enjoyed their time. Of course you enjoyed your time over there hanging out with Macaw. Now you can relax, kick back, ease back the rest of the night with a little bit of Ultima. Just started Ultima 2 Part 2, the Serpent Isle. There's some things that I'm not liking about this particular installment so far. This hourglass really is the only thing. The game was kicking my ass there in the beginning. Father Axekeeper. Good name. Thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. A different Bob. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks everybody so much. And thank you so much for the massive raid, Macaw. Appreciated. Yeah, but the game's been difficult. I was losing every fight I got into. But this damn hourglass would just resurrect me, surrounded by monks. Lars, thanks so much for the host, man. Appreciate it. Good to see yous. Very cool to see this game being played. Well, I have lots of Ultima for you if you enjoy seeing it, though we're a good ways through the series now. Doing good, Lars. Good to see you. Yeah, I saw a bunch of people giving Macaw the pro tips. Those high-level strategies. I'm sure he appreciated all the help. Okay, so what was I doing? I came back to Monitor. We've got to wait a day for them to make a wolf pelt blanket for me. Cloak, I guess. And what else do I need to do to get ready for this feast? I think it's really cool how this artist here is slowly sculpting this statue. Look at him working away. Great detail in these games. Let's talk to the Lord of the Land again, Marston. We need to get YOLO out of jail. If only thou were tonight, then I could let thee vouch for thy friend and let him free, but thou art merely a stranger here. Chuck Norris, the Lord of Monitor. So I'm not yet a knight. What else do I need to do? Congratulations, thou dost not even need to tell me. I can see that thou hast triumphed in the dungeon. Now thou must prepare for thy banquet, at which thou wilt become a knight of Monitor. Thou wouldst be a poor knight without the mark. Seek out Lydia, for she would give thee a tattoo of knighthood. In the dungeon thou didst slay. Yes, I did that. So I need to look for Lydia and get a tattoo.
If thou dost not return, Avatar,
Optimus Mega, thank you so much for the follow. Lydia. Well, I saw the tattoo parlor on the map we were looking at earlier. Maybe this is Lydia. Yeah, this has got to be her. I talked to her earlier before, when she didn't want to speak to me. And I noticed her portrait was covered in tattoos. No good citizen. Thank you for the follow. I'm Lydia. What can I do for thee, my lord? Tattoo. I'll get a tattoo from a warrior woman. Thou hast earned the right to wear the knight's tattoo. Without it, one cannot be inducted into one's knighthood. Since thou didst slay the wolf in the test, thou art slated to receive the mark of the wolf. The mark of the wolf. Art thou ready to obtain thy tattoo? Will it hurt? Will it hurt? Thou art not fit to be a knight of Monitor. Come back when thou art ready to be a man. Away. I don't really want a face tattoo. Dost thou see the vials, the ink? Look closer. Dost thou see the patterns which adorn my body, the swirls of color? Each doth have its meaning. I am the artist who creates tattoos. I learned the trade from my father. Counting myself, there have been 12 generations of tattooists in our family. As the tattooist, it is my privilege to grant the first tattoo to any warrior who completes the test of knighthood. Lord Marston sometimes authorizes me to give additional tattoos, but only when the recipient has earned them through courage or valor. Special tattoos. Only Lord Marston can approve one for Tattoo of Valor. They are won from great deeds on the field of battle. Our bravest warriors have many tattoos. Kaladin and Brendan, rivals in all things, have more tattoos than anyone else in Monitor. Kaladin wears his on those brawny arms of his, while Brennan's are kept in more discreet locations. Patterns. These swirls and dots may seem random, but each has a meaning. A trained artist can read thy past by thy tattoos. Do not stare so closely at my tattoos. I wish my secrets to be mine own. Ancestry is something that one is born with. It cannot be learned or imitated. As I was born with the talent, I could not deny my duty. As thou canst see, I have had much practice on myself. As the tattooist, I can have as many tattoos as I desire. My body is covered with tattoos. My mother tattooed my back and other spots I could not reach comfortably. Spots? Well, thou knowest. Private places. Milady, I would be very interested in seeing all of thy tattoos. Perhaps we could step into... I am not on display, sir. Thou shouldst not think that any lout can see the entire gallery. Sorry, my lady. Later, perhaps, handsome stranger. I guess let's hear about her mother. She was a courageous knight. I miss her very much. Others will tell thee that my mother died in a battle with road bandits, but I know better. She had lost the will to live. Her heart was broken ever since that warlock from Moonshade stole her oldest daughter. Warlock from Moon? This chick's got some background. I do not know his name. The evil wizard travels throughout the Serpent Isle in search of children to steal for the mage school. Any infant with potential is taken to in the dead of night, and a white stone is left in its place. Moonshade. That's the city of mages to the east of the Isle and beyond. It's a depraved, indulgent, undisciplined place. No warrior could ever feel comfortable in such a setting. They care nothing for duty and courage, only pleasure. And magic, how repugnant. Daughter. My sister Celine was a very beautiful girl. She was 4 years older than I, and I thought she was so mature. She was only 12 when she was taken, so she never had the chance to pass the test of knighthood. Celine doth have no tattoos. I have often wondered about her life among the mages, learning spells and bewitching her enemies. I would give anything to see her again. I wonder if I can get away without having a tattoo. I don't want to be a part of these guys' weird cult. Just break YOLO out of jail by force of arms. Though I can't hardly beat a ground snake, let alone a city full of fighters. YOLO! Please free thine old friend. I don't need to bother with the weapon shop right now, I don't think. How did I like the Black Gate? It was amazing. Great game. Yeah. I would say that the common opinion, I think, is that Ultima VII, the Black Gate, is the best in the series, and it's probably the best that I've played, but I don't want to, you know, put down some of those other titles. Ultima 5 and 6 were great games that really stood out in the series as well. But yeah, 7 was great. Hello, my lord. I am Craig, the provisioner. If thou needest any goods, I can provide them at a fair price. Knights. We are all knights in this town. I must tell thee, stranger, that if thou art not a knight, thou art nothing in this town. If thou canst not master the test of knights, then it would be best for thee to move on. Well, I have mastered the test. Someone hath sent thee to me, eh? Well, I shall try to be of help to thee. What dost thou inquire about? Runes. Oh, this is the guy that knows about the runes. There must have been a great war here, in the days where the demons ruled the Serpent Isle. My walks have taken me deep into the most tangled woods, where I have found many mysteries, ruins built of strange stone, artifacts made of brass, sometimes a skull or shattered weapon, and always the sign of the serpent. Sign of the serpent. Hast thou not wondered why our land is known as the Serpent Isle? Detector Mankey, thanks so much for the follow. The sign of the serpent. Two heads coming together. Hast thou not wondered why our land is known as the Serpent Isle? Everywhere our ancestors went, they found the sign of the serpent. In carvings, statuettes throughout the many ancient ruins. Monitor itself was built on the site of an ancient ruin from the times of the serpent. Walk in courage. I think most of the buildings I haven't been in now in this town are probably just people's houses. Could use a little food. Ravenous party members. Guess we didn't give the Cremator, a good talk. I say, who's that? Art thou a stranger? Yes. No, I don't speak with strangers. I only care to speak with my fellow knights. Your name? Flame? Oh yes, we keep the fires going constantly. He said name, old man, not flame. Oh, as thou canst tell, my hearing is not what it once was. 'Tis the roar of the fires what has done it. I am Renfrey, knight and cremator. Your duties? What? Well, I'm the undertaker of Monitor. Dost thou not know that? I thought everyone knew that. Don't forget, knight, that one day I shall cremate thee. Body. Dost thou carry a pikeman's body for cremation? No. Undertaker. I take care of the dead. I'm in charge of the crematorium. I prepare bodies for cremation and oversee the chamber that houses the ashes of the dead. Be reverent when thou art in the presence of the machine of cremation, as it represents death itself. After I throw the switch, the pumps begin to churn. When the heat builds, the trapdoor on top opens. The body then falls into the fires below. The mechanism retrieves the ashes of the dead and places them in an urn. A traveling belt carries the urn out of the fiery belly of the machine, so that I may collect it and take it to the crypts of the dead. Careful with what thou wouldest put near the thing. It hath the capacity to destroy practically any object in the world. The dead. I'm glad thou didst mention that. Remember that, if thou shouldst ever stumble across the remains of a brave departed pikeman, thou must bring his body home for cremation. If thou dost not do this, the ghost of the dead will torment thee until the dying day. I have been given authority by Lord Marston to pay 100 montari for every pikeman's body brought home again. That's a fair bit of cash. That way they can be properly entombed within the crypts. Urn. Andral, our town sculptor, makes them. Andral? Talented but very solitary person he is, never leaves his house except to go to his workplace. He was especially upset by the recent theft at his shop. Theft. Had something to do with that sage who was in town recently. Andral will know more about it. Talk to him. Dost thou know the name of this sage? I have a perfect memory for names. 'Twas Badwin, I think. A very large man with a hooded companion. Not Badwin, I think. Maybe more like Batlin. Must be Batlin. Dupre sharp as always. You just got to keep the booze out of Dupre's hand, and then he's pretty quick-witted. But why deny the man his pleasures? Well, we got a reason to talk to the sculptor now. Just gonna thoroughly explore the town. The dock. The mermaid on the mast has a nipple. I don't know my runes well enough to just say what that is offhand. Locked doors is what it is. Tavern, we haven't talked to many people here. The wench, yes, handsome. Hello again. What's your name again? My name's Lucilia. What do you do around here? I run the Slashing Sword, the best pub in Monitor. Thou mightest think that cooking is not a very knightly activity, but I assure thee, feeding the warriors in this town is indeed a quest of courage. If thou dost want anything to eat or drink, thou hast merely say so, my lord. And I would love to chat further, but I do not speak with strangers. My standards are very high, and thou art not a knight of Monitor. Not a knight? That's right. I'm no knight. Woof. More knights, the tattoo parlor again. Here's the inn. Let's talk to this sculptor. Welcome, Morgan. How may I be of service to thee? This picture reminds me of somebody. Perhaps I should not speak with thee. I hope thou art not come to rob me. Rob. I'm not sure that I care to speak about the incident. 'Twas most unpleasant. There was a stranger in Monitor, one who claimed to be from another land. He was very large, a scholar rather than a warrior. He traveled with many companions, including a tall, cloaked stranger. On the night that Batlin the sage left town, someone stole an ancient relic of mine home. I suspect that he was the thief. Batlin! Why, he is our enemy too! He came inquiring about ancient ruins, and was especially interested in the Serpent Stone, but Renfrey can tell thee more of this. Simon the innkeeper heard the sage say that he had come here from Fawn. Tell me about his companions. There's not much to say. The one in the cloak spent most of his time at the inn, and seldom spoke. Perhaps Simon could tell thee more. There was also a warrior named Brunt who traveled with Batlin. He was small in stature, but with incredibly broad shoulders. Oh, if only he would have posed in my studio, I could have created such art. Standar fought him in the list field and said that he was an opponent unlike any other. Artifact. Mine ancestors found the relic when they first founded the city, and it hath been kept in the family all this time. To be honest, we were afraid to discard it. It had a demonic appearance, being shaped like a serpent and composed of dark rock never seen before. Perhaps black rock avatar. He hated the object, yet we were afraid to be parted with it. I cannot explain this, but it was so. Demonic appearance. Monitorians are not superstitious people, yet we fear the ancient ruins. They were once the homes of daemons who ruled this land in distant age. They were horned beings with red skin, and they had power to command molten rock to flow. The serpent was their sign. Indeed, 'twas as if living serpent had been changed into stone, a perfect replica. That sounds like the serpent stone we started the game with. But this guy's saying that it was in his family for generations. 'Tis not uncommon to see the symbol of the serpent among the ruins, yet I have never seen before or since any such rock serpent. Couldst thou describe the curvings of the serpent? Why, the head curved to the right, and the body was most sinuous. Why dost thou ask? Avatar, this man's stolen relic was a perfect match for the one thou lost in the storm, except that it faced the opposite way. Fawn, the city of beauty lies north of here, on the shores of a great bay. Fawn is the city of fishermen. The women of Fawn are the most beautiful in the land, and they are overly pampered. Monitorian females, on the other hand, are as strong as oxen. Nothing more, but let me say this, Batlin shall not rest in peace, for a powerful warrior is on his trail. Dost thou know of Wilfred the Slayer? No. Wilfred is a knight of Monitor, but his home is at the Inn of the Sleeping Bull. Batlin hath been there as well, and Wilfred's father hath mysteriously disappeared. Wilfred suspects the sage of being involved. Surely brave Wilfred shall track down the sage and kill him, and I shall enjoy sweet revenge. Sleeping Bull. Few people have mentioned that. Thou canst find the Inn of the Sleeping Bull by taking the Serpent Highway north from here. There's not much there save for an ancient inn for which the village is named. Wilfred's brother Argus doth operate it. Autist. I am a sculptor by trade. There's brisk business to be done in the city, fashioning busts and statues for the knights, but I can make time for thee if thou dost wish to commission my talents. Commission. For a fee I create works of art to honor knights when they complete great quests, or when they simply wish to pay more money for a monument to their vanity. Dost thou wish to commission a work from me? No. I'm proud of thee. Thy life and thy deeds are all testament anyone truly needs, provided one hath truly made something of their life. What, and this sculptor's gonna judge who's made something of their life and who hasn't? I haven't talked to everybody. There's still some names that's been mentioned I haven't come across yet. Maybe some of the warriors training down by the list field. I want this guy to release YOLO without me having to get a tattoo.
If thou dost not return, Avatar, then thy lies shall have brought thee low.
Elani Rabbit, thanks for the follow. What happened to Warren Spector? Oh yeah, that's right. I was supposed to come by in the early morning and fight this guy. Hello, little fighter. Step on any ants today? Luther, the bear. I disagree. He's the greatest warrior. Gladly prove it to thee on the list field. Meet me there in the morning. 9th hour.
If thou dost not return, Avatar, then thy lies shall have brought thee low.
Thanks for the follow. I missed the name there, sorry. What can I do for thee? I am Templar. What business is it of thee, stranger? Canst thou not see I am recovering from thy wounds? I do not wish to spend my limited vitality in idle chatter. I'm a warrior, not a clerk. Kaladin. Train. Yes, I'm a trainer. I specialize in making men out of boys. Strength's the key. Come to the list field at noon any day, and I shall be happy to train thee. So is it before noon or afternoon? 4 p.m. It's the farmhouse. Oh, there's some people training over there. To the death. Can't get out onto the field, though. I suppose this guy controls the field. Fight? Merely a spar, then. All right, good enough. Which of you dost wish to fight? Me, of course. What weapon dost thou favor? A battle axe. Know thouest thy weapons well. Sweet is the sight of a battle axe swinging in the pitch of battle. Lovely is the sound of bone crunching under its mighty arc. All right, if thou it, follow me then. Best of luck. Oh, that's not fair. Thou hast been beaten in a fair spar. Perhaps now thou wilt be more humble. Very good, he says, and he returns you your equipment. Not so good. I need to train with some of these fighters. But apparently they only train at noon on the dot. Yeah, I picked his favorite weapon. A battle axe? I sleep with one under my bed. Where'd that pub go? There's Spectre. How may I help? Perhaps thou shouldst pay me, say, a fine. Yes, a fine, that's it, to pay for this rogue YOLO's misdeeds. After all, I'm the city treasurer, thou dost know, so 'twould be most proper. How much? Be willing to pay a fine of 30 Montari. I think I might actually have that, yeah? Thou dost not have 30 Montari. Art thou trying to swindle me? Bah! Well, wait, hold on now. Let's exchange some gold. One Montari for every 2 gold coins thou hast. I don't know if he's going to let me pick a number or not, so I'm going to... Whoa. Flipping the coin. Just trying to remember how to separate. Separate coins here. Just put my cash on the ground there for now. Okay, so I do get to choose. How many gold coins wouldst thou like to exchange? Well, I need 30, and it's 2 for 1, so 60. I'll take thy 60 gold coins and give thee 30 Montari, subtracting my charge. For a final sum of 29. Of course, his charge. I need to exchange 3 of them for 2? No. I don't want to exchange Montari. I desire Montari. My fee will leave thee with nothing. Should have just done it all to begin with. Oh, no more. Okay, I got my 30 Montari. Let's post YOLO's bail. Very well, here's the key to the offender's cell. Tell him to consider himself lucky. Seldom is the town of Monitor so forgiving for the trespasses of others. You just gotta pay for the pleasure. I'm really working hard to avoid that tattoo. I'm sure I'll need to just get it anyways. Probably won't be able to continue without it. So did he give me a key or something? Yeah, right here. I'm innocent. I thank thee for freeing me from this hellhole. The natives of this place are ignorant sots, I imagine, thinking me to be a sorcerer. Hast thou looked in thy pack since the storm, my lord? Nothing in my backpack is as it was when Lord British gave us the list, Avatar. I'm making a list of the strange items which the storm gave us. Then I shall add to it. We can, we've got a little bit of gear to give YOLO. Some leather pants and some leather boots. I think that might be it. I'll give him the gloves. Buff YOLO. Don't have a weapon for him. He can have his loot in his hand. A loot can be a weapon in the right hands. Or the wrong hands. Yeah, I really missed having to feed my guys all the time. You can have the Shield of Monitor since we are in Monitor. Alright, I'm just gonna run to the bathroom here real quickly and I'll be right back. All right. I think that's just about everybody in town talked to. There was some other guy that people kept mentioning, Hanvar or something like that. Brendan, so we meet again, Morgan. He's got nothing interesting to say. I've heard it all. Yeah, there's new people here now. Now that it's later at night, they're coming in for their dinner, I guess. How may I help thee? My name's Simon. What do you do? I'm the innkeeper of the Sleeping Soldier, Monitor's Inn. If thou dost need a bed, I can certainly accommodate thee. Or if thou dost care to join me in a bottle of ale, I'll gladly share it with thee. I'd gladly take an ale. Yes, thou mayest drink thy fill of ale here, but I am particularly fond of mine own personal brand of ale. Have a drink? Yes. Pfft. Oh, that's right, I forgot. The clue book told me, well, the clue book didn't tell me anything. The clue book just said that you might not want to accept this guy's drink. Morgan, art thou all right? Oh, what a mess. Unusual taste, eh? I dare say I am the only one outside of the city of Fawn who drinks it. I would share more with thee, but I think that thou dost not appreciate it. Besides, I must clean this foulness. Such a waste. Bleh. Yuck. Just puked all over the floor. Well, it's a tavern. I've lived here all my life. My parents were killed when I was very young, in a goblin raid, of course. Most deaths are usually caused by goblins. We have spent our entire history fighting the creatures. No one knows where their home is. Templar, is our local goblin expert, so thou shouldst speak with him. Since the death of Astrid, some say that there's a traitor among us, selling our secrets to the goblins. I have my own suspicions. Take a close look at Craig. He seems to spend a lot of time in the woods, long walks alone. He just enjoys a good walk. How about other visitors? The only two memorable visitors we've had besides thyself were a fat sage and a scholar. The fat sage Batlin. He had such curiosity about the ancient ruins. I believe he followed Renfrey to the crypts so he could look around. Something there fascinated him. Thou shouldst also speak with Andral, the sculptor. He and the sage spent many hours in conversation here at the inn. I believe he went northeast from here, towards the little hamlet of Sleeping Bull. The man's name, dost thou recall? Now, what was that man's name? It was a simple name, unpleasant sounding and mean. Batlin, that was it. He called himself the Sage Batlin. We have found Batlin's trail. Oh, and did I mention that he had several underlings traveling with him? There was a warrior, a sailor, and a hooded man. The warrior is the shorter, broad-shouldered fella. Standar had a disagreement with this warrior. I'd wagered he could tell thee a tale or two about him. And the hooded man? I noticed a funny smell about him, almost like brimstone. Yeah, Batlin had a wingless gargoyle assassin. I can't remember if I killed him or not. I also could have sworn that under his hood there were horns upon his head, but no, that's foolish. It must be some kind of trick. A swarthy man who was called Deadeye. He had the look of a pirate about him. Shazana spent a bit of time with him, as I recall. The scholar, she said she was researching the land and seemed anxious to learn all about Serpent Isle. Spectre dealt with her mostly. Gwenno! It must have been Gwenno! Yes, I believe that was her name. Morgan, what luck! We have found a trail to follow. Oh, Gwenno, dost thou know where she went from here, my lord? I believe she went east, anxious to learn the wisdom of the Zenkan monks. She set sail with Captain Hawk, bound for Moonshade and points beyond. Of course, this was before the storms. No sailor will brave these dangerous waters now. Praise virtue! This means she's alive and well. I thank thee, sir, for this woman's my wife. Very kind woman she was, sir. Yes, yeah. Now that I'm thinking about it, I believe Batlin was the only one that escaped my blade. Innkeeper. I've been Monitor's innkeeper for well longer than I care to remember. I'm probably the oldest person in town. I can remember when Marston, our current Lord of Monitor, was but a baby, but I have no complaints. It hath been a fair life. The Sleeping Soldier. 'Tis an old inn, as old as Monitor itself. I can gladly accommodate thee if thou dost wish. Life? Well, one cannot truly control one's destiny, can one? I have had my share of misfortune. I've learned to move forward and try to forget the past. When I was young, I was a knight of Monitor. I suppose technically I still am. Mine age prevents me from performing any quests of courage or going on patrol, of course. I passed the test of knighthood, but shortly afterwards the incident with the goblins occurred. I'm afraid that I have no more desire to battle after that. I have chosen to live quietly and run the inn. Alas, long ago my young bride was killed by goblins. We had ventured out onto the roads to journey to Fawn. At that time I was a knight, and I stupidly believed that I could protect her on my own. We were ambushed by the foul creatures. I barely escaped with my own life. So long. Well, he had some words. Pointing the finger at Craig, the storekeeper, as well. He's not the only one. A few people have mentioned that they think he might be the traitor. Glad to see thee again, my lord. What may I do for thee? Ah, that's the fur. Let's go have a chat with Craig again. Maybe we can do something about these goblins while we wait for our cloak to be built. It's the prison.
If thou dost not return, Avatar, then thy lies shall have brought thee low.
Knight of Nanny, thanks so much for the follow. Information. Strange stone, artifacts made of brass.
Then thy lies shall have brought thee low.
True Tonys, thanks for the follow. Sometimes a skull, shattered weapon, always the sign of serpent. Yeah, this is just the same stuff he was saying before. no information there. The Faunish Ale. $7 p.m. Well, let's hit the road here and do a little bit of exploration. Just around the area of Monitor. Make use of the time instead of just passing out. Wait until the morning. Got a cave. Nasty bugs, isn't that always the case with with Ultimas, eh? Save before using Serpent Gates, gotcha. Yeah, we'll try our hardest not to break the game. Oh, that's a troll. $10 gold coins, leather boots, and a hammer. What kind of corpse is that? Leather helm. Follow the bloodstains.
If thou dost not return, Avatar,
Some dead warriors.
thy lies shall have brought thee low.
Thoughtless deed. Thanks so much for the follow.
If thou dost not return, Avatar,
Time
thy
again.
lies shall have brought thee low.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the follow, man. We got a whip. So this troll was just in here whipping these poor people to death. I'll take the whip. YOLO doesn't actually have a weapon yet, so I guess he can use the whip. Or maybe I should give Shamino the whip. And then YOLO can use the sling. Him being the ranged fighter. So dark in here I can't find a torch to even equip. What, you can't put the torch in your other hand? Oh, now I'm taking his pants off. There we go. A dagger, I mean, I guess I'll take that. Leather leggings, leather armor, and a shield of Monitor. I wonder if these bodies are significant. I can take some of these back and then cremate them. Been wondering why Ultima 4 is free on GOG, but not the other ones. Is it considered unpopular? Yeah, much respect for playing Ultima 7 without mods. Yeah, absolutely. Gotta play it original if you're going for the first time. Stealthy Golem, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Cashews. Yeah, I think that it's because Ultima 4 is actually really highly regarded. I don't think it's unpopular at all. It's a how should I put it? It's getting later, so I'm struggling with my words a bit more, but it's like the benchmark Ultima, you know? Most people would tell you to just skip 1, 2, and 3 and just go straight for 4 for your first Ultima game. I think in a lot of ways it's considered like, you know, the first honest Ultima. So that's probably why they have it up there for free. It's a pretty historic game as well. Definitely, I'm with you, Duke. A Calibeth. It's just fun. It's just a fun game. And it doesn't take you 80 hours. The originals didn't take 80 hours either, but... A throwing axe. Shamano's good with those. Another regular whip. Okay. Oof! Blistering heat. A rotting skull on the floor. The heat didn't bother you when you were walking across the bridge over the lava? A decomposing leg. I'm roasting. Oh, I'm taking damage here. Oh, it's a bed. Yes, let's sleep in the oppressively hot cave. Cease thy jesting, Avatar. Yeah. I think probably have to find something to reduce that heat before I go in there. Yeah. Yeah. And I would disagree with the people that said that Ultima 4 is the best. There's, you know, some frustrating things about that game. But much respect for what it was trying to do in the time that it came out. Damn it, YOLO. I know you're old, but don't get scared. Think cool thoughts. Did they actually say that? Yeah, think cool thoughts. YOLO just got himself cooked. Here, 7 is the penultimate Ultima, complete with EA hate. Yes, yeah, there's a lot of funny attacks against EA in Ultima 7. Is it Elizabeth and Abraham are two of the main villains in Ultima 7? EA. But, yeah, I don't know. Garriott was the one who sold it. And I don't know if any of you guys have seen his house before, but, I don't think he's too upset about that whole EA deal. Or any of the deals that he made, really. He's a game designer who ended up becoming a businessman. Sort of how it seems to me. Whoa! Yeah. That's awesome. He's got a body bag thrown over his shoulder. Here, let me take that off your hands, YOLO. Douse that lantern. What's new with Part 2 that I've noticed so far? It's painful. That's probably the main thing I've noticed. It hurts. I'm not used to not being able to hold my own in combat. Most of the Ultima games give you a chance to distribute your stats. And I would max out my strength, get my dexterity kind of high, and completely ignore intelligence. But that's impossible in this game, it seems. And in turn, what they gave me was high intelligence and low strength and dexterity. So I can't really fight as well as I'm used to, and I've died several times. So that's definitely a big difference from Ultima 7. I'm just going to take this body to the crematorium and see if I can get some money for it. UI is basically the same, but these paper doll, the paper doll style of equipping your character is completely different from Ultima 7, and very cool. Really liking that. Though the inventory system in 7 didn't really bother me too much. Yeah, having the paper dolls is awesome. And I mean, that's about it really so far. Like, same engine, a lot of the same music, same good writing. I'll just dispose of this body here for now. If I sleep in the inn, it's gonna cost me money. What time is it now? 10? Alright, let's go crash in the park. That's what the Avatar does. Why pay good money for a bed when you can just sleep under the stars? The role player in me refuses to just drop the bedroll in the middle of the street. What is it, like 10? So 8 hours? Be like 7 in the morning or something. I have that duel at like 9. And then we can collect the, I should have just slept a couple extra hours. Can collect my wolf cloak. I've always thought the way money works in D&D to be really like not great, you know. You find 100 gold pieces in a treasure chest or something, and then getting a good plate of good set of plate mail and a sword will cost you like 10 gold. So what the hell do you do with the other 90? Gotta go through those equipment lists and just put another 0 on the end of everything. Sleeping on rocks and sticks isn't so bad. Glad to see thee again, my lord. What may I do for thee? My cloak. It's not time. It must have been a full 24 hours. Take care, my lord. She hath a very sharp knife, and I know exactly where and how to use it. Give me time. It takes her exactly 24 hours to make a cloak. I must have food. I think we're starting to run out of food. Yeah, everybody's hungry. Huh. They put their weapons in their bags when they go to sleep. Oh, he's just got this guy in his bag. Stuffed the poor dude in his backpack. I say, who is that? Art thou a stranger? No. Pardon me for not recognizing thee, Sir Knight. I be an old man, and mine eyesight is not what it once was. Ah, place it there on the trap door on top of the cremator. It will. I will pay thee after thou hast performed the last rites for the fallen one. Place it on the trap door. There she goes. Oh, that's messed up. Where's my 100 gold? For thy service to Monitor and to the community of knights, I shall pay thee for thy trouble. I thank thee for cremating that once proud warrior. See if this guy counts. The other person was definitely from Monitor, but I don't know if that guy was. Oh, yeah. Was a little hasty on that body burning. That's fine. I'm very hungry. Yeah. The body is freshly cremated. Cremating bodies always works up a hunger. We did have to carry it from the caves. Hopefully somebody here can feed me. Gotta check that time as well. Got a duel in an hour. Fish is usually good bang for your buck. Grilled trout with a nice butter sauce. Oh, that sounds great. So handsome, thou hast agreed to 6 monetary? Yes. How many fish dinners would thou like? 3. It's really probably not the best way to feed these guys, but trout and butter sauce for all. Who's this guy? I am Standar, the armorer. What dost thou wish of me? Brunt. Let me tell thee, when in the trade of the blacksmith one does develop his muscles, I am no weakling, I can assure thee. But this fellow Brunt, who did accompany the sage Batlin through town, could probably hoist me with his weak arm. Not the brightest of fellows, mind thee, but strong as an ox. He bested me in the tournament, but not by skill, by sheer muscle. Yes, yes, yes. We already know Chuck Norris wants to kill all goblins. I'm not one to waste time with words. What's the business with me, knight? Mysterious sailor. The mysterious sailor thou dost speak of was a pirate by the name of Deadeye. We engaged in knightly combat on the list field, and in a more esoteric form of hand-to-hand combat elsewhere. He was most diverting. There was a very strange man who came into town not long ago. He said his name was Batlin. He wanted me to work for him, but I felt I could not trust, so I refused. We'll have to make sure to get by the list field by noon so I can train. Imagine Boo, what's up? Vascorp, In Mani Flam. Could use a little food. Yeah. That's why I shouldn't have bought them buttered trout. It's got to be close to my duel now. "15 minutes for the duel." My opponent better show up. It's not him. Not any of these guys. Oh, he's in there. Looks like he's in the field. Fight. No two-handed sword. Let's see if this works any better than my last fight. What? 3-on-1. Very good, very good. Well, that's Kaladin and their training folks, I think. Oh, is this him? No, that's Templar. Favor the battle axe. Is this training? Or is this just another fight? I have overwhelmed thee with sheer strength. Learn from this lesson, my friend. Okay, yeah, it did level up my strength by 2. It's a strange way of doing it. Maybe I would have gotten more gains had I won the training, won the spar. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out next time, though, because I'm fading out here a little bit. It's getting late, but
If thou dost not return, Avatar,
Fenkill, thanks so much for the follow. Thanks a ton for the huge raid from Macaw, and everybody else coming by. Familiar faces and new. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I will catch you guys on the next stream. Peace out.